Hi, everyone, to a belated Galentines Day sprint with Lynn. I'm so happy that we got to do this finally. We're
Yeah.
talking behind the scenes of actually getting together in a reading sprint, and I thought Galentines would be fitting. So thank you for
Mhm.
joining me.
Of course. Yes. I was like, it's been a couple months. When was it? Like mid-November was the last
Yeah.
time. So,
You're a busy woman, so I'm very excited that we're doing this. And I have tons to read. I
mhm.
cannot. Let me see. Oh, hi everyone. Hi. How is everyone? What is everyone reading? Hi, Monica. Hey, girl. Hey. We were talking about like what we were gonna pick to have like the perfect fitting read for sprints together. And we're both in a few things. What do you think you're gonna be landing on? Because I have choices.
Yes. I'm in the middle of Silver Silence, which is number 16 in the Side Changeling. That's my audiobook. I love the audiobooks of that series. But I'm probably going to switch to an ebook or a paperback. I have a stack of possible paperbacks. Oh,
Yes!
we're falling.
Let me
Um,
see you.
So if I was in the historical mood, I have the Lady Daring Takes a Lover by Julianne Long. I got this at a library sale. So I am considering this. I'm not sure if I'm in the historical mood. I have The Bride by Allie Hazelwood, which I got last weekend.
How's the
So
cover on that? I keep seeing people like post it, like the little details. Oh my gosh. It
it's pretty
is.
good. It has kind of the contrast, and it has a little bit of like sheen-ish detailing to it. It's really cool.
Oh my gosh. Like you can see the texture on there. I kind of want to
Yeah,
just go to the bookstore and visit it. I need to read it. I need to read it.
I know. I've been reading like the cozy, traditionally contemporary paranormals that I have been reading a couple. They've been really nice for me to read in paperback in the evenings. So I'm excited about that one. And then I have been sitting on this for a hot minute, but Heart on Fire by Amanda Boucher. So this is number 3 in the series. I have read them all in paperback, but I've been sitting on this. Not
She's
really.
thick. That is a
It's
thick
thick
boy.
and
Yeah.
it's pretty high fantasy, and so I'm like, it's still mostly romance, but it's still more world building than I've been in the mood for recently. And
Right.
then I do have a thriller, All Good
Oh.
People Here by Ashley Flowers.
Oh,
So
what?
she's the person that does Crime Junkie podcast. And so I've listened to that podcast for years. And so wanted to support, but that one's also been sitting for ages. But, and then of course we were talking about how I was kind of like, I kind of want a grittier hero. So I might pick up a Kate C. Wells. And so who knows? I might try a couple different things and try a chapter and see what sticks.
Oh, that would be fun. I
Yeah.
love I love your thoughts on books, so I want to see what you land on. Like truly. Like I think what was the last one we read together? Savage Lover.
Oh
Was it
yes.
Fantasy Lover? Fantasy Lover.
Fantasy
I need
lover.
to
Yeah.
get back to that series.
Me too. I read, I think, 2 after we did that buddy read, and then I've been the next book, there's only ebook, and I really wanted, and so I've been reading The Side Changeling as like the parallel, like when I want a good urban fantasy with paranormal elements, I've been picking up Side Changelings instead because the audiobooks are so good, and like my library or Hoopla has them all, and so
That's
take
been my thing lately. Like, what can I get on the library? Oh, The
Mhm.
Wife Before. I want to try
Mhm.
that. I saw Natasha Bishop in here too. That's
Mhm.
definitely it's in my Kindle right now. I keep looking for like Kindle Unlimited, Hoopla, Libby, like anything that I can get my hands on that's free. Because I realized since I'm tracking my transactions with
Oh,
the hardback
same here.
hoarder, yeah, I'm like, girl, my gift cards have run out, okay, for Christmas, and now I'm like looking at my expenses. It's a fun little like point of data within the Allie's hardback. She's hardback hoarder. She has this
Mhm.
like 2024 tracker. So I have that whole spreadsheet. I'm calling myself getting organized. And the transactions in there are really like reading me for filth because I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I've got Audible, I've got Libro FM, I have Anyplay, I have them all, and
Mhm.
I need to like rate it in a little bit. I think April too just came out today with her is Kindle Unlimited worth it and how much she saved last year through Kindle Unlimited. So like my
Mhm.
ears perk up with like any sort of savings, any
Yeah.
sort of book I can get for free.
I
Of
was gonna
course.
say, when I was filming, I actually had started working on that video. I don't know if I actually filmed it and uploaded it or not, but I kind of gave up because I was trying to back calculate it all and I wasn't doing it as I was doing it. And I was like, okay, this I give up. I give up.
Right? I'm like, I need to collect. Now I'm already thinking about December and like doing little clips like, it's the it's the paperback fan fiction club with Mel. So I'm already like trying to anticipate just doing like longer videos, but I have to do a little bit each month to stay on top of it. Same thing. And with the tracking and my reviews, I'm like trying to stay on top of it. Hopefully we do
Mhm.
it. How's this arc going? Please let
Mhm.
us know. I love when we tell each other what's coming down the pike. I'm reading The Worst Guy by Kate Canterbury. Ooh, there is a Hello Lovely special edition for Sweetgrass, and I want to see if I love enough to. Ooh,
I think I saw
I.
that today.
Oh my god, I want to look at
I don't
that.
I don't remember enough, but there were a couple of special editions for Sweetgrass that I saw either yesterday or today, and I was like, that's pretty nice.
Oh, I didn't tell you I got a ticket. I got a ticket.
Oh, you did. Finally.
Yes, I know I'm
Now
going. Oh
I
my god.
definitely wish I could go. It was so funny because I was visiting friends in Atlanta last weekend. She's like, my bachelorette's that weekend too. And I was like, well, gosh darn it, I can't be in three places at once.
No,
So
you
I'll be
can't.
I'll be at a baby shower for a cousin in Jacksonville instead. So
We'll be in family, and that's right. But like, we need to meet each other in person finally
yeah.
and do more
Yeah.
sprints together. Oh
Mhm.
my God. I didn't even know. Let me catch up because I am so behind on that series by Nila Altaj, and I love it
Mhm.
so much. I really do. Talk about like gritty heroes. And I think what was it? The first book, the second book I absolutely adore in that series, like Single
Mhm.
Parent. Oh, he's a scarred hero. I love the heroine. She's a ballerina, but she's got like a sharp edge. And I love
Mhm.
that series so much. And I fell off of it. I think I've gotten like 5 books in though. I'm like, I need to
Mhm.
check out Silent Lies. Okay.
They
You guys,
yesterday, like all of them were free. I don't know if they still are, but who shared that? Because I don't follow Nivoltage, but someone shared it. Maybe it was Avery.
she does do a lot of like specials. Okay. I'm just listening to Monica.
Mhm.
I'm listening to my friends here. And let me just buy this. I'm going to read the bride. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I have it like saved. Okay.
Mhm.
It's been
Nice.
purchased, Monica. It's done. I'm
Okay.
going to read it.
We'll pause on that and we'll buddy read it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because yes, let's do it. Let's do it. I have 6 books. There are 6 books that I know for sure that I want to finish by the end of the month. Like my TBR cart here. I'm like, okay, I've got to rein it in. I know I want to read The Love Contract by Sophie Lark by the end of the month. I'm currently in Surrender by San Mariano. This is the 4th within the series. And then the next 3, I believe she said, are going to be centered around a particular character, and I cannot wait to see how that unfolds. So I'm catching up to speed with this, and it's absolutely wild. Or, like I said, I have Love and Other Historical Accidents. I want to go back because I have this on Archive of Our Own within my Kindle with like all of my highlights and stuff. So I want to actually. I don't want to continue on without annotating this copy because I actually can. Like it's crazy to me. So I'm going to be going back and forth between those two. But the 6 I know I want to finish: Love Contract, Surrender by San Mariano. I have to finish my like Black horror anthology by Jordan
Mhm.
Peele. This is one that I wanted to get through. I
Mhm.
also need to finish what else? Girl, why am I blanking? I'm blanking here.
Book club.
Right? I
Book
had
club.
revised. I have so many books. There are 6 though. There are 6 that I need to like. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
Iron Widow. I want to
Mhm.
finish Iron Widow, which is like I consider that to be high fantasy, right?
Mhm.
Like by the end of
Yeah.
the month, I don't want to like leave this month without having finished that. And
Mhm.
there were like a couple more. Oh my God. Oh, the pre-orders. Caitlin from the Love Librarian keeps me all the way together with that because I was like, I don't know what to pre-order. I know that Gianna Darlings are closed. She has the gorgeous like female cover hardback of Caution to the Wind that I want. And now that I read Serpentine Valentine, I absolutely want that to be signed. I need that. Hi. Ooh. Summer O'Donnell. The arc is a slow burn, billionaire, boss, intern romance. Nothing happened when she worked for him, so I love that. The typical hero who doesn't want to love but fall. Yes, I love a reluctant romance. I love when they
Mhm.
don't fall. Isn't that so good?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I would
I
have to
trust
say.
Amber, so I
Though
can't.
I do appreciate when he falls first and is an absolute marshmallow. That's what the side change in the book I'm reading right now is. He's a bear shifter, and this is the first bear shifter, and like he's just like so goofy and gooey and like my perfect hero. So
I need that. I actually, hopefully it's delivered while we're here. I just went ahead and bought the cover for like, I like the people covers. So this is the cover that is on its way. Hopefully it arrives while we're on the live and I can like go ahead and I'm obsessed. Scan that in. I need to stop. Oh my God, no. Not me showing you guys all of my purchases, but now it's expected by tomorrow at 6 p.m. So I have the
well,
whole series coming because the second in the series was a favorite. I loved Undertow, so I ordered all of them, but
mhm.
expected tomorrow by 6 p.m. That is sad, but I have that cover coming because I'm still like I've warmed to illustrated covers. I used to be so against them, and now I'm
Mhm.
like I'm just loving what they're coming out with. To like
I
be
was gonna
fair,
say I like the artistic. Yes.
okay, because they've definitely evolved. Like I really want to go back and look at that. I know Hannah had a really great live where we talked about like our thoughts on what covers we prefer when it comes to illustrated, and they've definitely evolved since they first came on the scene. So,
Mhm.
ooh, Ruthless
Ooh,
Vows, yes,
yeah.
enjoy. Hi, Rex.
Yes, I went into Amazon because I was gonna buy I was like, well, maybe I need to get the paperback of that series because I do love that the Queens of Monsters, and it's in the in between between the Indian traditionally published, so you can't order the paperback right now, and I'm just like, ugh, but I want it now.
She has doesn't Ruthless Vows have that like special edition like black and I think it has like gold on the cover. It's really stunning. That is why I'm reading Iron Widow. I need to read it before the second one comes out and I just want to support her right now. Like
Mhm.
I'm like let me buy it, let me read it. I want to support her. Emma Ham before tomorrow. Oh, I love Emma Ham.
I need
The
to pick that.
Heart, like what ever since Heart of the Fae, I just
Mhm.
absolutely love how she builds a world and a relationship, and it's like it's whimsical and it's thought provoking, and the magic matters. And I like how I love how she paints the scene. Honestly,
I've had
ooh,
multiple on her TBR. Every time Ava talks about her, I'm like, yes. And then it just sits on my
I
TBR.
know. I know. There's just so many books. Like we were talking about before we went like live. Like I can't believe like we're firmly in 2024. Like holidays over. I do have a birthday coming up. And so I'm getting very like nostalgic and feeling a certain way about it. I'm turning 35. But which I'm like, I made it this far. I don't know. I mean, my younger self wouldn't have pictured me. I feel like I need to get like a robe and lounge and talk about the people in my life that make me feel young because that's how I pictured myself
Mhm.
at this age. But like, it's crazy how we're yeah, the theatrics. My younger self, I think, would be proud. I think I fit the bill of who she thought we'd be. But like, I can't believe we're firmly in the year. Like, it's crazy. Serpent Valentine special edition coming. I'm buying that. I am
Mhm.
buying that. Okay, here's some bride love. 5 stars for the romance, 4 stars for the paranormal elements. See, I'm excited because I am a reader that I read The Love Hypothesis. I rated it 4 stars. That's the
Yeah.
only thing that I've read by Allie Hazelwood. So
Mhm.
when I heard that it was going to be paranormal and like, is it Omegaverse? I keep hearing Omegaverse. I need like confirmation. Okay.
It's
Like,
not. Uh, Kelly Reynolds reads. No, it wasn't. No, Romantically Inclined went on kind of a rant and fought with Berkeley in the comments because it's just nodding. It's only nodding, and that's like the only thing that's special. Which I
And
mean, like,
she's
I
a
still
resident
appreciate
expert.
nodding, but it's not unique to
Oh my
Omegaverse.
Okay, she would be the expert. Okay, I trust
Yeah.
that take. I still want to pick it up. I've been hearing great things, so well, it's
Mhm.
ordered now. Monica said to do it, so I listen. Yes, I got the scanner. I'm currently I'm hiding my bookshelf because it's finally finished, and I told Monique that I would like unveil it in a certain way, and I'm very excited about it. I've scanned every freaking book in this sucker, and while I was doing it, I didn't realize I owned this many books. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I really didn't care about the number. I wanted to like test the claim that half the books I own were only because they've been gifted to me. Because I always say that like half the books I own were gifted. And so I was really interested in not only like scanning everything into the libib, and like this freaking gun is it's so satisfying. Like, it is so satisfying. Oh my God. And you don't need this to do anything in the libib app. You can use your phone. But I was amazed at how many of the books that I own have been gifted. Like,
Mhm.
even just behind me, like the entire Deliver series by Pam Godwin, I only have that because they were sent to me, and it just trips me out. Like the kindness in this community. Like, I get to have friends like you in my life because of Romance Landia, and people are just so gracious and kind, and it trips me out because when I first started, I think the first time I actually participated in Romance Landia, I had been a viewer throughout college, was during 2020, like so many of
Mhm.
us. And I was doing the Bridgerton readathon. And that's when
Mhm.
I started commenting and like interacting with people. And it's like, the library's grown since then. It's gotten out of control. Oh, okay. I got a Bluetooth wireless scanner. I'm going to link it in this upcoming video that's coming out. I'm going to
Mhm.
try to have it out by tomorrow or Sunday. But I do like the Bluetooth wireless. I feel weird linking stuff because it doesn't matter. There are so many on Amazon, but if you're gonna do it, get the wireless ones. And the thing I like about it is it's like you don't have to scan a whole get the wireless ones that come with this like input, because all you have to do is plug it in your computer and you're ready to go, and it will be compatible with whatever like app you're using. I use Libib, but some of them, they may be wireless, but they come with this like booklet of codes, which I'm sure you could figure out. But it's just not my ministry to put like all that thought into it unless it's like world building in a book or a hero that we're trying to like, level. I just don't have the time. So
Mhm.
when it came to, especially when you're going to start the process of like scanning everything you own, like, no, it's plug and play. It's plug, play, and shoot. So like these are all on Amazon, and I think I paid like $25 for mine. You could get like a really fancy one, but I do like this one because it comes with a little stand.
Mhm.
I mean, I just I just love the theatrics. I love the theatrics. I feel like I have a bookshop. Like, it's just out of control. So anyway, that's the one that I got. That's the one that I recommend. Any Bluetooth one that has like a plug-in option. And I did love the Libib app. It's really easy to use, and it's free. It's
Mhm.
absolutely free. I haven't done any pre-orders yet. Oh my gosh. I tried to pre-order a lot. I like Melanie Moreland is going to be there, and I'm really unorganized. Now I feel like I'm ready for Charleston. I'm ready for future signings. The last signing that I went to, which was Love in Las Vegas, I didn't know that I had like books by Sarah Blue. I had books on my shelves that I didn't know that I owned, so I didn't get them all signed. Thankfully, I brought like book plates so I could insert them, but I'm finally getting organized over here.
I know. I am a little bummed that I'm missing Carla Sorensen. That was one that I remember seeing on the list. And I was like, I really enjoyed all the books I've read by her.
So you're gonna send me a list of everybody that you wish you could see, and we're gonna work something out. Okay. It'll be like you're
Sure.
there.
Yes, of course. I
Like,
know, but
do
I have a list because I'm going to Authors in the Bluegrass in October. And so I have my list of authors that I need to try because when I bought tickets, I had only read one author that was going. And
right?
that was, yeah. And so I'm like, I'm up to 3 now, I think. So the goal is to get as many as possible because obviously I want to try and meet as many as possible and like actually have something intelligent to say to them and just not. and not be the weird person of like, hey, you don't have a line, which I
No,
probably will have those too.
they love it though. Like I'm not a good person to convene with about talking intellectually to others because I think I have a script. I'm so uncool. I want to be cool so bad. I get very like excited and passionate, but like I'm just like I've cried, I've acted a fool. I've been completely mute before. I don't know what like comes over me. So, like you
Yeah.
just walking up to the table, they're gonna love
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
Other World Series, first time reading her books, and now I'm almost done with book 5.
Mhm.
M.A.M. Okay, Becky, I'm gonna do better. I swear we're doing sprints. I swear we're doing sprints, guys. And I don't know how long we're going, but see, like,
We're probably going really late.
okay, yeah, because like I know you're a busy woman. We planned for this. We are definitely doing sprints. I am
Mhm.
making sure I'm noting like all of the recs that I get from these reading sprints, and I've gone back
It's
and like scrubbed my own
okay.
dang videos. Right. I'm making a freaking list. My birthday is March 3rd. I'm a Pisces woman, and I'm very excited about it. I have to work that day, but that's okay. Checks are clearing. I got to pay for these lights. So I, I was like, I couldn't get the day off. I want to go see Dita Von Teese
Mhm.
for my birthday, and I want a really nice seat for that. And I want to be zhuzhed up and just feel like the glamour. And like, I think I'd be really sad if I didn't see her. Like, she's here in Vegas doing a residency. So it's
Mhm.
just, I want that. I just want to siphon that like fabulous regional, like burlesque energy. I'm a huge fan, like Dita Von Teese fan. So hopefully I can get tickets for that for my birthday. And read, I
Mhm.
don't know if I want to sign up for Pam Godwin's newest release. Like she has signups up. So I could potentially be reading that around my birthday. I'm not sure if I just want to like read it or if I want the responsibility of reviewing. So we'll have to
Yes.
see.
Is that the
Very
new pirate one?
Mhm.
Was it the pirate one that she was hinting at, or is it a different one?
The Hills Have Shadows. It's set in Alaska.
Oh,
And
okay, yeah.
yeah, captive. Oh, I when she writes it's literally I have been trying to find any sort of hint or a hit, just like a of a line from her from her Instagram all year she was writing last year. So like any like that cute little like, oh, I'm with my computer. I was trying to zoom in and like see what she was doing. I was out of control and like completely parasocial and creepy. And so it was kind of out of line. But she was like really gracious about that. That's not coming out yet, but when it's there, I'm gonna be on. It isn't a thank you. And I love the laughing emoji. Thank you. We've
Yeah.
confirmed it is not Omegaverse. Romance
Mhm.
is Super Bowl slow burn, but it's good. Ooh, super slow burn. Okay. Thank you for
Okay.
that. We need each other.
Mhm.
We need so much. Yeah, I have a lot to do. I didn't want to bust out with you guys. Maybe I'll do it. I do have another diamond painting, but the shame of the fact that I never finish them, they're usually seasonal. So
Mhm.
like that's why. And then I just abandoned it because I'm like, okay, it's not Christmas anymore. It's not Halloween. Like, and I just put it away. I do have one of Ryuk from Death Note that I want to work on. So I do have a lot that I could
Mhm.
get to. Yes, we are birthday twins. We are
Mhm.
birthday twins, and it is a Sunday. I get to stay up and do whatever since I don't have to get up and go to work. Yes, you deserve that. You are a hardworking woman. Yes, you need
Mhm.
to do that. I'm so happy and thankful that you have the day off and you could just relax. Oh
I
my
know.
gosh. I'm
My
going to.
birthday always falls during exams, so I'm just like
Oh no. Give us the date. What's the date of your birthday?
April 25th.
Oh my. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
Firmly in. Ah! It's coming up fast though.
yep. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I have the day before my birthday, or the day after my birthday is the final exams for two of the classes that I teach. And then the next day is a bridal shower. So that's gonna be a busy like 3 days
Oh my
for my
gosh.
friend.
So you're gonna be celebrating. She'll be done.
Yeah.
And yeah, right. That's gonna be a lot. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to like stack it and do like I'm one of those people that celebrates all month. My coworkers have been warned. I'm not forcing dinner. I'm just strongly suggesting, since we do get off at like midnight, that we go to dinner Saturday night. Like I'm trying to plan things ahead of time, buying my own cake, maybe doing a little birthday girl photo shoot. I don't know. I'm just I'm one of those like month-long birthday people. Hopefully I'm not insufferable. But like, with like things like my mental health and all of that, not to get morbid, but I didn't think I'd make it this long. I was very like in my early 20s, I was very like, so to like hit 35, I'm like, we made it. The books
Oh
have
yeah.
helped. Like being active within my life has helped. So I'm like, I'm happy that I made it this far.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh yeah.
so I didn't think I would. I'm going to read Jagger Cole's arc next. I signed up for. You did? Okay. So this is. I trust Amber. She's gonna tell me, and I know that like Christy read like a beta copy of it. Dude, I'm painfully on top of like whatever Christy's writing on Goodreads. So I hope to get it, but it's 700 pages. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to clear the schedule, and I would for her. Like she's a favorite author.
I was
So
gonna say, Jen got the beta copy of Forbidden Game, and I'm so curious.
I know. I need to. Oh my god. I need to. I'm like, do I want to jump in? I'm gonna sign up. Why the heck not? I'm gonna sign up because I would clear it. I would clear it for her. I don't know if those closed out because it's coming up soon. That's
Yeah.
literally all I would be reading. And I would
I
give
was
it like
gonna
3
say,
days like I did Manacled, and that's it. Like I'd start right
yeah.
away.
I can't commit to reading indie arcs. I'm not like on top of it enough to commit to it, and I'm so like just like all over the place with my reading. I do have Ruby Dixon's NetGalley arc for Bound to the Shadow Prince. I
Yeah.
think no, yeah,
No. No, yeah. No, yeah.
yeah, that she released on one of the Wattpad equivalent T places. So that one's really long, but I have until July, I think, to read it.
So yeah, and I have the only other arc I have is Savor It by Tara DeWitt, who I absolutely adore. And then because it was available on instant download for NetGalley. That's typically how I will do an arc. Or
Mhm.
honestly, like unprompted, an author will be like, oh, here. And then I'll read something. But I don't go out for them anymore because of the responsibility to review them on time.
Yeah.
I'm a work in progress when it comes to the organization around here. It does not come naturally to me. I have to put a lot of systems in place, and a lot of like fantasy and games go into getting me to like actually do that. It's wild
Mhm.
over here. I feel like 24/7 whimsy is kind of crazy, but I'm having fun. But it takes a lot of work for me to be organized. So yeah, but that one, because I wanna read it, I'm like, "Okay, I could probably, if that's the only thing I have on, like, my docket, I could probably do it." But same, like, I'm just not.
Mhm.
Oh, you're going! Oh, yes! I will be going. I will be going. I now know, and I'm very excited. It's coming up fast. This year is, like, whizzing by.
Oh
It's really
yes.
okay. I have to ask the question. Are we doing a 40-minute sprint or a 30-minute sprint? I have a particular time set up, but I would like to
Mhm.
see in the chat. I know I talk a lot,
Yeah.
so I promise we are going to be doing sprinting. I can't believe
Mhm.
Kamal. I'm very I is it weird to like fangirl over like when I see someone 40 minutes, okay. When I see somebody like in the comments, like not to be weird because I know like we're friends, but I do fangirl. Like I'm sitting in
Yeah.
front of the bookmark that she like made for me. And so like I do kind of fangirl when you see like the same people in like live sprints and on different channels and stuff. It's like it's really nice. Like Chapters of Cheryl, meeting her, like she was at my very first book signing. I was like, oh my God. So not to be weird, but I'm excited to meet
Oh,
Kamal.
I was gonna say
Like
I
nice.
fangirled when you like when people started responding to me and like actually like I was like, wait, what? I'm moving up in the world.
Yeah, it's really weird because it's like it says like, okay, this thing where like it could be like really parasocial or like you just see the same names in chats and like it's
Mhm.
comforting. And then to potentially like meet them or even just be on a live show with them, it's like it's really nice. Like there's somebody
Oh yeah.
behind. handle.
I was gonna say there's people like Madison where it's just like, I mean, not that she's a celebrity. I mean, in our space she is, but it's
Yeah.
like I can never imagine like her interacting with me and like being chill about it.
And you know what? She's fabulous.
Oh,
I
I
she's
believe it.
and like very it's really funny because she's very like down to earth and like but she's fabulous. Like
Mhm.
it's like I mean, she made me look better in my photo with her. I was like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
But but she like it is it's kind of like it's kind of crazy.
Mhm.
It's kind of crazy. And like she would be an example of like I would expect to be like I have this like parasocial relationship with her like I'm in awe, but like it's like meeting like other people that like people that aren't content creators, like I feel weird about fangirling about them. But it's like we get used to seeing each other in the comments. So like I feel weird, like, but
Mhm.
it's true. My
Yeah.
brother that says that I'm like, I'm odd. And that I do too much. I open packages too crazy. Like it's not that serious. I think it is though. We spend a lot of
It's
time
wonderful.
within Romance Landia. So I'm like, it's just fun. Yes, because I was forgetting about ones I signed up for, and I have too many with a lot of pressure. Yeah, but you step up to the plate. I love Amber's freaking vlogs and the like. Every single novellathon she's there. Like, if you look, I like that she has a 6-star rating. Like, you're on top of your stuff, though. Like, I'm not, I mean, you know what your plate is, but I feel like you're on top of your stuff. I'm not at all surprised that you're like getting arcs and reviewing them and like, because you're on top of it. I am on top of it, Amber. I'm totally going to fangirl. Oh my god, I can't wait to meet you. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, come on, but like you're so active within the space. So I'm like, it's like cool that we're actually going to be able to like meet in person. It's out of control.
Yeah.
It's really weird to me. So, um, oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh, that recent video that we all did, and like Becky,
Mhm.
it was a surprise for me too because I didn't know who was going to be participating. And so like it was just a lot of fun. Like it was so much fun to like go through and go, okay, like who are like my favorites for this? And it was so hard because we were limited to sharing like 2 booktubers for each
Mhm.
question that like share the love tag. And so it was really difficult to do. And I wanted to tag so many people. And so the day that like we posted, I think that's what I love about collabs, seeing everybody's videos. That was a lot of fun. Like that was just
Yeah.
fun to do.
I was gonna say I still need to make my way through them because I think I've only seen yours so far, just because like there were so many and like that's so great, but also so
You're like,
many.
it's a lot of videos. Well, that's the fun. Like, it's like we can still go. They're like little Valentine's Day cards. That's what I love. Well, at least Becky's was. Her freaking thumbnails are like her thumbnails are everything. She was my
Mhm.
answer to that question because they're just like they would. I felt like yeah, we're getting little Valentine's Day cards. I loved it.
Mhm.
I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to tag the one I really wanted to tag Amber because we could only do like 2 is like who's at the top of your feed. So I'm like, okay, like let me go through like Amber would have been next. So I was like, oh, I'm capped off. But it was a lot of fun. Gave me a lot of anxiety too. So okay,
Yeah.
I'm seeing 40 minutes. I hear it. I'm hearing the room. I'm hearing the room. And
Okay.
like I'm gonna be honest here. Let me share my screen. Be careful
Mhm.
what I'm sharing here. I don't have anything like that great. But
Fine.
like, I definitely came prepared to do 40 minutes. I did. So we're gonna do a 40-minute sprint. I'm gonna figure out what the heck I'm doing with my life. Um the hero in San Mariano is like acting absolutely crazy, so I might have to finish that chapter at least. And then I
Yeah.
need to make good on annotating this, but I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to be quiet and we will start and we'll be back in 40 minutes. Thank
Yeah.
you. Let me start it and let me mute myself. What did you end up landing on?
So I did the first chapter of Return to Monte Cristo by or Monte Carlo by Kate C. Wells, and it was a little bit of a longer chapter. And
Okay.
man, did she rip your heart out in that first little bit? I mean,
Already?
in all of her books, she does that because it's like he done effed up. So I'm probably going to continue with that, but I had a little bit extra time. I got myself a hot chocolate, and I am about halfway through the first chapter of Lady Daring's Lover, or
You
Takes
got
a Lover.
all that done? Wait, you got the Oh, how are you liking that? Because I love the start of that series.
Yeah, it's good so far. I like the writing style,
Me
so
too.
it's very pretty. I haven't read a physical historic ebook or physical historical in a while. I've been reading them mostly by audio, and it is nice because you can tell that like the writing is different, and
Yeah.
it's a little bit like more thoughtful, a little bit more ornate, and I enjoy that.
That's when, yeah, I could imagine that that is one that's just really pleasant to read physically. I read that book and listened to the audio at the same time, and her writing, it's so rich. And it's also not like too purple.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can follow along. I really like Julianne Long. That series, I
Yeah.
think within that series, I've read the first, second book, as well as the fourth, and I've hip hop scotched around it. So
Mm-hmm.
definitely enjoying that. Like how you basically have a widow meeting the mistress at the solicitor's house. They've been left with nothing. I love it. I love
I
it.
know. So I am gonna probably turn that into like the physical book that I'm reading. But man, Kate, like I need to. It's like a train wreck. I can't look away from Kate C. Wells's
There
books.
you
It's
go.
just like, what's gonna happen next?
She got you. That's what I love to see you. Cause I was like, I saw you like really like leaning down in there. I was like, oh, I wonder what she's reading right
Yeah,
now.
I know. Well, it like I love Run Posey Run, and I just reread that, and it's like she rips your heart out and stomps on it, and it's like I think it's very interesting because a lot of her books, it very much turns it's introspective of okay, we have put romance on this pedestal and we have idolized these relationships. What happens when that falls apart? And it's just super fascinating. And then how do you build that back up? So,
Yeah. What was this? The second in this series is what is it? Nikki the Driver? Was it?
yes.
You know, it's so
Mhm,
interesting to me that she does have that like underscoring of trauma and just like or heavier themes and the way
mhm,
that she examines them. And I don't know why I pick up a Casey Wells and think that it's just going to be like a bonkers and like feral time. I'm never
mhm.
expecting, I forget about that shanking that we
Yeah.
get, the emotional shaking. I always forget about that. And I'm surprised by how she brings in like heavier themes while it also, I don't know why I'm saying comedic, because even right now with San Mariano, like Sylvan is unhinged. The
Yeah.
links that her heroes like, there's nothing like a San Mariano hero when it comes to his lengths and efforts of coercion and how they corner the heroine. This like it's this special brand of fixation, but like
Mhm.
similarly, like thinking about like Kate C. Wells, I don't know why it's comedic, like to the like the way that she's able to like bring in the scenario and these heavier themes, but it's like still entertaining. Like I forget that it's
Mhm.
gonna be emotional. I don't know why I think it's not comedy. I just think that it's bonkers. Like
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
wild like journey. It's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh my God, right?
Yeah. And it's so realistic, but also just like, you're like, how do all the dominoes line up in just this way to make it happen this way?
Right. I'm just
Yeah.
like, I love. No, I love Darren Carter. Oh, I know. Like Carter Mahoney is definitely my favorite hero of hers. Ooh, let's do this. Carter Mahoney is definitely my favorite. My least favorite hero from hers is Dare.
Mhm.
Okay, from the series, he's my least favorite. But I have theories on the fact that I don't think that the romance within this is complete. Like you could complete it, like looking at all of her author's notes. There are 4 books now within the series. She plans on writing, I believe, 3 more with Hannah, who is the best friend of Aubrey in this book that Dare will not let her have. And so I do think that there's some clues to that, and I'll just leave it at that. She says that you can stop at this book. These are all standalones and just enjoy them. However, she's going to be continuing on the story. And he really is my least favorite just because of Carter and the fact that Carter is willing to bend. There's something about this idea of a San Mariano hero being willing to negotiate, like Zoe could negotiate with his crazy, and he was willing to bend. And he, of course, was going to take things to the umpteenth degree, but he ultimately wanted her to be happy. Dare does not need her to be happy as long as he has her. But I'm like, it's San Mariano. And then the one hero, though, that scares me the most of hers is it Calvin? I don't even like saying his name. This is really horror. I mean, that's like if Carter had never found a Zoe, like it's like Calvin is a mega millionaire. I don't even know if there's a word for it. The resources that are at his disposal to clip her wings, and he doesn't care. He does not care if she's happy. He doesn't care. It's like, oh, it's not juvenile at all. So that scares me. But Sylvan, one thing I'm loving about Surrender is it's so hilarious. Like as he's doing the unhinged crap that he's doing, at the core of it, he's like, I kind of want to court her the right way. Like I could make her my prisoner and I'll do that because he's gonna get what he wants. But he's like, I want to court her the right way. Like I kind of want her to be happy. I don't want her to buck against me the whole time. And I'm like, oh my God, the comedy in that while he's doing what he's doing in this book, it's just too freaking much. It's too much. So I don't know. I love her. Finish Carvel. Oh, good for us to know. Right? I just want to know. I always want to know, especially when someone's not liking. I love Carter Mahoney. Dare was a little too psycho for me. He doesn't allow Aubrey to have friends and controls every aspect of her. Yeah. And arguably, so does Carter, but right? He's willing to bend. I was nervous at the end of even if it hurts. I'm like, is this an APA? Is she gonna be okay? I just was that's what I'm saying. Exactly. I feel like there's more there and I cannot wait. There's nobody writing like her. And the Morelli family series was so episodic. I was talking to Jen about this recently. Nobody's doing it like her. And I'm just incredibly excited to see the story that she wants to tell, not the story that, people are begging her to tell, the one that she wants. So yeah, there is no bending. And I love I just love that little kernel of softness, that little kernel of being too willing to bend when we're dealing with the scenarios that she puts us through. I never know. My face is gagged. I'm gonna have to rewatch this. My face is gagged. I forgot that we were on reading sprints during a particular.
The couple times I looked up, you were really into it, so we couldn't even see your face. So I
know we're good because I'm like,
yeah.
And that happened, right? Oh, I love to see Aubrey and Dare fans because I like that one. I think I rated it 4 stars. I remember blogging it, and Nikki from Nikki loves Cibriano. So I definitely had to pick that up, using the sprint to work on a project I've been working for a while. Hopefully I can finish it. When Mel's working on projects, I get excited. I can't wait to see them. In fact, I think on the next sprint, I wish I had an audiobook, but I need to go back and strategically, because I did order food. So I'm going to be eating. I'm going to get sustenance. I haven't eaten today. I've had Diet Coke and Red Bull. It's really bad. It's horrible. I'm like a junior high student. That is my diet because I can now. I'm like, ooh, I want just a big bowl of cereal on my day off. It's bad. So I actually got sustenance, and maybe you guys can help me order a box of crumble cookie. I wish I could send you food. I need your address. We should have done that.
I was going to say, I live in too small of a town, so there's not really much to order from anyway.
But I could still theoretically if I wanted to on a Sprint, I could send you food like through Postmates, right? If I wanted to do that.
Yeah,
Oh
probably.
my god, so we need to okay. So we need
But
to
I was
like
gonna say, we'd have to be strategic because most places are gonna be closed.
oh my god, okay. But then like okay, we need to do
But
that
I've
cuz
eaten, and I have brownies left over at my place, so I have the homemade stuff.
oh my god, I'm jelly. I'm jealous. I want something sweet, but I'm like made sure to order food first because I don't know how long we're going to be doing this, and I want to like tab this up. I don't like. I'm glad I don't like touching her binds. Like I don't want to get them messed up. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna go through and tab it, and from here on out, I'm just gonna be reading this copy. In fact, I'm only on chapter 5 from what like 3 on. I have been reading this physical copy and like I just want to tab up what I've highlighted so far. So that should be
Yeah.
fairly easy.
I like
Uh
to keep my books pristine. So
yeah,
it's
you
like
know what I mean?
mhm,
Like there's some of them that are absolutely ridiculous. Should I show you guys this? There's some of them I own that are absolutely ridiculous. And then, so I'm like that I've read them so many times and I've revisited this particular steamy scene so many times that I
mhm,
don't know if you can tell, it's
I can see.
literally broken and falling apart. And so like now I'm like and look at how wild the tabs are. I
Mhm,
couldn't be bothered. I wish I tabbed like this because even with like this one, I have like a certain set that's pretty homogenous. Like in terms
mhm.
of like color scheme, I don't want to lose my spot. In terms of that color scheme, I think it matches and it's going to be very pretty. And with this copy, we're doing that. But I do miss tabbing in maybe not as like frenetic as this. But I like this system because my mind knows the system. I've been using it for like a long time. I was going to say nearly a decade. I'm not trying to age myself, but like for a long
Oh,
time, I've been
I was gonna
using.
say, every time I say something in front of my students, I was like, "Wait, that aged me." And I'm just like, "Whoops." I
Because
mean, oh,
yeah, I'm
I
like, it's been that long because like it was well before I started like, well,
mhm,
academically, like you get your like little like system going. I've been in the academic space, so it's like I know just by looking at this where everything is. Okay, I know what green is. I know what pink is. I know what the poignant moments are in orange. I know what the hero's doing. I know when it's double tapped. I know like light purple is the heroine. I know this, so that's why I like this tabbing system, even if it's like chaotic, these are my shelves. So I know where everything is. And I,
yeah.
I quite often like will revisit certain parts, not do full rereads. So I might
Mhm,
have to go back to that. Now I really have to take my time and be intentional when I try to make it look pretty and match the
mhm.
book. Because I do like that aesthetic too. I do like that too. But I really have to like spend more time. I really gotta open it and like revisit that world as opposed to like, I'm here to get my fix.
Mhm.
Let me revisit my favorite saying. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like
Yeah.
that.
There's so
So
many things I probably need to be better at tabbing and, like, annotating, but I haven't started annotating and, like, rereading the ones that I got, at Christmas where I got some of those Ruby Dixons and Katie Wilds with the gift card, but I need to because I'm like, I do want to annotate those because those are, like, all-time favorites, but the rest of the ones on my shelves, like, I've either not really highlighted or, like, barely highlighted. The one that has the most annotations right now is I think the Wall of Winnipeg at me. Um,
oh
so
yeah.
I think that one has the most. So
I still need to read that. Carry it from Book for Romance. Don't listen to this part. I still need to listen. I still need to like listen or read that book because that is a favorite of hers.
yeah,
And
I picked that up at Barnes and Noble. It was like a buy one get one 50% or buy two get one free or something. And so I bought it as like a pair because I was like on the fence on whether or not I'd love it, and then I loved it.
see, I need to because I started with Lingus with Mariana Zapata, and I was very disappointed because I felt like I don't want to say this online, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I started with Lingus because it was supposed to be like a friends to lovers, and I was roped in with the salaciousness of him being like a porn star. And
Hmm.
so I've been told like I probably should have started with, Wall of Winnipeg or like Colt Tea or something else. And so when it finally got to the steam, I felt like it was lukewarm. And I was like, what am I like? I'm like, what is this lukewarm bathwater? I was so disappointed in that book. So I haven't
Yeah.
picked up anything else and I need to.
I was gonna say, I think for me, everyone just says how slow burn it is. And so, like, in my brain, I had that expectation. And so when I picked it up, it was such a breath of fresh air, especially with kind of the current, which I mean, I love the smut, but like the current
Oh yeah.
attitude towards smut, it was such a good palette cleanser because you could see like the swoon and the tension building, and you can see like it's fully from her perspective, but as a reader, you can
Mhm.
see like the small things that he does care about her and like he is catering to her. But her as the heroine is just slowly seeing that. And it's kind of
I
a
need to.
don't realize it's you don't realize how you feel until like she's gone because she has the opportunity to like freelance or like work on her own, or I forget how the situation arises. And she's like, I'm gonna go on my own, and he's like, but why? Like you have
Mhm.
everything here. And so it's very fun. I
I
really
need
enjoyed it.
Would you
I
have
would
you read Lingus?
I haven't read that one.
Okay.
That's the only Mariana Zapata I've read. I was because I enjoyed reading that in paperback so much. I'm like, I kind of want to read my next in paperback, and I don't know which one I want. So I
I'm
don't think
leaning
All
towards.
Roads Lead Here is going to be my thing. So
Okay.
it's not been speaking to me. So I'm thinking Colty
We'll
or
see.
From Lukov will be next. But When Gracie Met the Grump is superhero. And so I was thinking that might be my next. Um, so I don't know.
I'm thinking I think I want to go Colty route, but I did get intrigued by the fact that she has a superhero romance because I am a reader that I I want a glance to feel like steam. And,
Hmm.
like, when I was in Lingus, I wasn't, satiated by their emotional connection and, like, just the events in terms of their development to the point where when we finally got to this team, I was
Hmm.
like, "Ugh." So, I thinking that if I try Colty, um, she'll be able to deliver on that because I love the way that you were talking about Wall of Winnipeg. I like those small little moments, and I can like, it's so crazy, like, last year, if you would have told me, like, the majority of my favorites were gonna be they were all slow burns. I'm
Yeah.
like, "Okay, I guess that's what I'm craving, that's what I've been picking up, I can tell you what I like, but, like, I think it's just, like, noted in what I'm actually picking up." So I definitely wanna try it because, All Roads Here wasn't something that intrigued me either, although I
Yeah.
love an age gap, and I love a grumpy, reluctant hero. Um,
Hmm.
age gaps have been kind of, like, my focus lately. I mean, like, in my age gap fantasies, like,
Hmm.
and in my romantic history, I've been the younger of the 2, and so now with this upcoming birthday, I'm like, I'm looking at these age gaps a little bit differently because 'cause I'm like, "Why are these men that are, like, 23, 24 in my face?" I'm like, "Am I giving, like, that young?" Like, I don't know. I'm starting to, like, read them a little bit differently now.
Yeah.
I feel like calling my ex up and giving him the riot act because I met him when I was around that age and he was older than I am now at the time, not to tell all my business, but I'm like, how are these men doing this? Like, I cannot entertain somebody that's like 22 years old and take it
Yeah.
seriously.
I was gonna say, well, that's the. I mean, like, I have to be well. Like seniors in college are that age, and so it's like I can't even like consider it because like and like I can't read student teacher because of that. Like that's just like that's
right?
a hard weird no. But
Like, it's totally making me look at it differently because I'm like, oh my God. Like, once I find out that they're that age, I'm like, okay, I think that's why I was going through a lot when I was reading Serpentine Valentine because I'm like, has this girl gone through anything? Like, I was like, wow, I'm really throwing myself into this book and I need to just read what's on the pages. Stop it. Like, I'm
yeah,
asking Gianna Darling to do a lot because I'm going through it. And so I'm like, but then I'm starting to look at the books that I'm reading and I'm like, okay, like would that like it's kind of making me break those down a little bit. I still love an age gap, but like for my
yeah,
personal romantic history, I'm like, I need to be the younger of the 2 still. I'm not ready to change that up because I'm having this birthday. Like I just I've never dated younger. But
Yeah.
now I'm like, woo, that's who's like, jumping in my DMs unprompted. I'm not out here on any of the apps or anything like that, but I'm just like, why am I pulling that?
Mhm.
Am I giving like,
Mhm.
young? It's funny.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just like, I want my books to be pristine too. I'm a chaotic person. So I'm like, I just want them to stay nice. I want them
I
to stay
know.
nice. But I
I'm
also
like,
I love the ones that are well loved too. So I'm just
mhm.
trying to like
Yeah. I will like never buy myself a full price mass paperback because like they like this you can't read them without the spines cracking because they're so small and I'm just like but I want them to be perfect.
yeah,
So
I
it's
know.
like I'm only going to get them like ridiculously cheap secondhand because like I don't know. I want them to be perfect.
I know I have speaking of side changelings, I have like that entire series and I'm like I try to make sure that the spines aren't like too cracked when I get them, but like even if they are, I don't care like I want them. Like, this one, of course, Heart of the Obsidian, like someone loved this. I got this book for 25 cents though. So
Ugh,
I was like, for 25 cents, I'm okay with that. I'm like, this was well
yeah.
loved. This was a well loved book. And so, I'm
Mhm.
far from this book, but I had to own it because it's just I
I
actually own almost a lot of books within this series, but this is iconic. Like I had to own it.
I know. I mean, that hero is just everything. I mean, I don't want to spoil it in case it's been so long, but don't want to spoil this series on
It's
who Heart of Obsidian's about. But I was right. I was right.
it's so good.
I thought,
I'm kind of shocked that tabs bleed onto the page. I have never seen that yet. Wow. I
must
love
be.
that character, but All Scott and Bothered is a favorite within that series too. The third book within that series is my least favorite. I have a hard
Yeah.
time with the hidden identity trope and
Mhm.
questioning whether or not our main characters, whether it's the hero or the heroine, or if it's sapphic or um, or non-binary. I have a hard time buying into if they have fallen in love with like their counterpart or like the identity that they think that they hold. So that third one was hard for me, but I
Mhm.
loved All Scott and Bothered.
I
Absolutely.
know. I need to go back to King and Burn. I was just thinking about how I was like, "Ooh, that might be like the historical I get into next." Though I am excited about Lady Daring Takes a Lover. I was
Oh,
like, I'm kind of in the mood for the her brand of historical. Everyone says that they're dark and gritty, and I don't know. When everyone says that, it to me it didn't read quite as much as what everyone was selling. But
I love your like, come harder. Okay. No, you're just well versed in this space. I think, yeah, like that Julianne Long series is like, it feels very cozy. Like they're building it in and it's like, it's comforting. It's the perfect physical read to wind down. Like
oh yeah.
that's what that is. Like I like
Mhm.
would listen to that. I want to listen to that series and like get some diamond painting. And like it's a very good like wind down and it's just beautiful. I love it.
Mhm.
See this,
Yeah.
you're immortal. This is the mantra that you need to tell yourself. I
Yeah.
this when you're like you are immortal. Oh,
Mhm.
tell us what the colors mean. Okay. So for this one, oh, I have a lot of Kerrigans. So green is for poignant quotes. Any
Mhm.
quote I like to put into green. So and then there are portions like within the Highwaymen where I constantly revisit that I just like will mark it that way. But green is for quotes, pink is for steam, any sort of romantic development. So it doesn't have to be like steam. It's just any sort of romantic development. Yellow is for the hero, light purple is for the heroine, anything that about her backstory, her character, a movement, and I'll talk about like the difference because it can kind of get crazy. And then orange is like a poignant moment within their romance, the plot, hero or heroine. And then I have dark purple for world building or any sort of like plot things. Like if it's a mystery element, typically with like romance or like world building, an element about the story. And so like that's how I'll clock it. And then I will double stack them. So if I have a poignant like quote within like a romantic development, then that's going to be like pink and that's going to be green. If it's like a big poignant plot point moment, but it has to do with the hero, like a gesture, a declaration, or like a realization, then that's going to be orange and yellow. And that's how I know, especially with like beloved books like these too. I know just by looking at it, boom, I want to revisit that portion. So boom, I will go straight to that. If I see like a pink and orange, I know that I want to go straight to that. So yeah, that's what they mean. And so like there are other books like freaking, oh my god, Kidnapped by the Pirate by Kiera Andrews. There are no tabs in this book. Look at how they did me. There's no S on it. Like it's not printed at all. Will I ever get rid of this copy? No. No.
Mhm.
Why? Because I know where everything is in this book. I don't need any tabs. I don't know what it is about this book. It's not even the best written, but it's an captive revenge plot about like its age gap. And the hero in this is a pirate captain, and he's just weary of the seas, and he's so softened by Nathaniel. Like just so, and like and it's very steamy. It's very erotica for the time period. It's so many things, but like I'm obsessed with like how he softens for him. So like I don't need any tabs. It's embarrassing like how much I revisit this book out of everything that I own, out of all of like the other books. But I don't need any tabs because I've been like going to my favorite parts in that all the time. But that's what the tabs mean. Sorry if that was long-winded, but yeah. Oh, stop. 1776. Yes. Yes. Oh, I love it. That is the gag.
I was gonna say, I feel like every time I watch, like, we do I teach chemistry, and so we have to do like safety training for our students at the beginning of the semester, and we watch this poorly produced like made for high schoolers like safety video that was made in the 90s, and the styles and the way that it's produced, it's just hilarious. And it's like a time capsule of like my childhood. And I'm like, yeah. And like every time I talk about it, I'm just like, yeah. And this is the stuff that is coming back around, kind of.
Oh, I know. I'm like, are you living here for this night? I'm like, this is the stuff that I was like trying to get when I was this age. Like I was trying to like, but like throw off that aesthetic. I think I kind of dress the same. That's where it comes from. I kind of like, but it's absolutely hilarious. I was doing jury duty and I'm like, this video is out of control. Like mid 90s. I'm like, seriously? We haven't updated this, but I also was living. I was living. Homegirl had the like swoop bang, and I was like, this is everything.
I mean, I still have the swoop bang. I never got rid of it.
I was like, I remember I used to watch my mom in the mirror when I was like a kid, and she had her bang perfected in the makeup. I was like, this is fabulous. Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm never giving up skinny jeans. Like never giving up skinny.
Not. Platform shoes, skinny jeans. Like I remember the day I went to go see Fast and the Furious. It was the first one. I showed up first. My friend was late, and so I got her ticket for two. It was $8. $4 each a ticket. And I was in junior high, mind you, like we were cool. Okay. We were cool, like going to this movie, my parents letting me go. And I had like the little like white shorts, a blue halter top, like Skechers platforms. Like it was a gag. And I felt so complimented because this one girl walked by us and was like, they look cuter than we do. And they were like cool, like gorgeous glamazon older girls. And I was like, I was living. Wasn't that time? And I had the Smackers like necklace at the time, like the chapstick. And the Tamagotchi. Like but I like really put so much thought into the outfit.
I was gonna say I went shopping this weekend at like a boutique, and I mean, and just like at Target, and like I saw the number of like, I'll say Kim Possible pants with the green cargos, and I'm just like I'm excited, but also like I don't think that works on my body type. Like, let's bring back the skinny jeans.
I know my mom kept trying to beg me, please wear apple bottom jeans. These low rise jeans that you're seeing your little friends wearing, they're not built for us. And I'm like, Jesus, tell me your body, like you need to wear the apple bottoms. And I wanted to wear the low rise jeans because that's what everybody was wearing. Everyone was wearing that Abercrombie, like, and oh
Mhm,
my gosh, was she right? It's so funny. It was never flattering. I think I wore like those Dickies like shorts because they were super long. I
mhm.
was like in my corn phase, like my Dickie shorts. And my little like halters. I didn't look good in like the short, I was a curvy girl. And oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I had my little style and I miss it. And now I'm seeing it. It's crazy to me. It's
yes. Yeah.
crazy.
Mhm.
It's the born yesterday trope. Summon like younger women because they're likely to be more impressed or dependent. Okay. That's why I feel like calling Philippe. Let me not throw his name out here on the internet, but being like, sir, because I met him, my poor parents, I met him. That was my age gap whirlwind Europe story from my early 20s. And I mean, we're still friends. He's fabulous. But it's like I realized that that's not a very conventional relationship. The more like if I tell people about it like random, they're like, what happened? Because I met him at the airport. Um
Mhm.
the huge leg, yes. Oh, they're so comfy. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, and girl, I wanted to do it. I want Tara Reid. I was like, my mom was like, no, like Nia
Mhm.
Long in front. Oh God, that was like the aesthetics. What else? I need to stop. Def Jam's How to Be a Player. All the women in that in that movie. That was a bad movie. I was not supposed to be watching that. That my parents had like the controls on the TV. So at that time, what was it? Taxi Cab Confessions, like the real
Mhm.
sex on TV. It was so bad. I was a bad kid.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm
I'm a
jailbreaking.
little too young for some of that.
Huh?
I'm a little too young for some of that.
Okay.
But my parents were like, no SpongeBob, and I was just telling some friends yesterday, it's like when we first got Netflix, like one of the first things I watched when I was in high school was BBC Sherlock. I was like, why was I watching that as a high schooler? Like that was definitely not for my age demographic.
Yeah, I was too young for like because my brothers also too. My brothers are like 13 years older than me, like older than me. So I had the stuff that like they were controlling the TV. Like if Rugrats came on, they just would like bypass it, and I'm like, no, that's my show. Um, but like I remember like Queer as Folk coming out. Like this is when I was like trying to like. My mom was like locking it all down. So like when I watch some of my favorite shows and I like look at the fashions and I'm like I literally just saw this top. Like I literally just it's crazy to me how everything's like repeating.
I know. I
Yeah.
think Autumn's knows in a book. She's been posting a lot of like 2000s music video and like pop songs. I think that was her. Maybe it's Romance HEA. Both of them tend to post a lot of like early
Mhm.
2000s throwbacks. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, hey, like, wow, I forgot about that. But also, like, wow, they're bringing it all back. And I'm like, I'm not old enough for this yet.
Right? No, 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 we are not. No, we are not. Oh my god. I think my food came, so I'm excited about that. And I think I might. Oh, Mel was saying that there's an audiobook for this. I might listen to the podfic on Spotify.
Mm,
I do want to be productive and annotate that. So I might do that for this next round.
nice.
San Marino's like gut wrenching right now. It's just like it's wild. It's wild. So I'm like, okay, I might do
Mhm,
that and go back and tap this up. Once
mhm.
again, I have to ask how long everybody wants to go for. It's wow, it's already been an hour and 50 minutes. So okay. So yeah, I want to know how long everyone wants to go for in terms of a sprint. What are we thinking? I'm willing to do 40.
Yeah. I kind of think, I feel like we do a good balance of like long sprint, long chat. And so it
Right?
balances out. Otherwise, it's like we never really like do any reading because the sprints are too short.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm down for a long start. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm down for another 40 minutes for it.
Okay.
And oh, so you're gonna go with the Kate Seawalls. I can't, I'm gonna. I can't wait to ask.
I think I'm gonna finish chapter 1, maybe chapter 2 of this, and then
Okay.
we'll see. I think for sure I'll be continuing one of these 2 because higher fantasy with Amanda Boucher's, that's off the table. I'm
Yeah, that's
like,
a lot of brain
I need
stuff.
higher.
It's a
I
lot of brain.
need yeah. Plus, I don't really remember where I left. Like, I do remember where I left off, but I probably would need to read the last like 2 chapters of the previous book to like fully get me back into what I left off with.
Ooh, we
So,
should do another sprint soon about like getting through books we're in the middle of or like intimidating books. So we have time for that.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
think, yeah, I think I'm gonna jump into this and like
Mhm,
get some stuff done. I will have to find that podfic.
mhm.
Get the link so I can link it when I talk about it in the future. See, I'm thinking ahead. This is productive.
Yes.
All right, so
Very.
we're gonna do 40 minutes.
Mhm.
Make sure I eat. I'll wait to order crumble cookie because I'm gonna need help with the box. I never know what to do. And we will be back in 40. See, we're being productive. We're doing the sprints. We're doing the sprints. I will mute myself because I'm way too animated for that. The books came.
Nice. Pleasant surprise.
I know. I was like super happy about that. I'm trying to
Mhm.
squeeze them in. So how far did you get?
So I am in the middle of chapter 3 of the Julianne Long. So wanted to keep going for another chapter or two, and then I just kept going.
Right?
I was gonna say I might jump back to the other one. I'm normally not like a ping ponger, but like I don't know. Both of these are like really gripping me.
That's how I feel right now. Like I found the podfic that Mel
Mhm.
was talking about for Love and Other Historical Accidents. And I'm glad I put it on because not only did I need to eat, I need to, because all of these tabs are different than my normal. I had to like figure out what colors I wanted to use for things. So I was able to do that. And while listening to it, these packages came. So I got the whole series.
Mhm.
Now I feel like ping ponging back to Surrender since I have the physical copy. Oh my
Yeah.
God. But it's like satisfying. It's
Hmm.
satisfying. This was like a favorite. This is definitely a favorite last year. So I'm like, ooh, now I want to like, they seem so chunky and
Yeah.
chunky. Now I want to like hold this physically and read
Hmm.
it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I read faster on Kindle now for
Hmm.
some reason. Like there's something about like being able to like format the page to where like I can read pretty quickly, but I'd like to see
Hmm.
the difference.
I don't know. It's the tap. You can like it processes so much faster than the actual flipping, in my
Right?
opinion. Hmm.
But I do like them for different things. Of course, I love an audiobook and I'm kind of like a stickler for production. I'm like, who's the narrator? And then I do like to wind down with physical books. Like it hits different. It makes me like really focus. But I'm looking at like how they're printed. As you know,
Hmm.
always like the day that they make it's there where they make it, and I try to like make sure that everything's lined up, and they came so pretty, so I'm very happy to add these to, even if
Hmm.
it hurts, because I'm loving this series.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they're so pretty. I'm Yeah, pleasantly happy. I mean, but look at him.
Yeah.
Like, she has like discrete covers of these as well that I do
Mhm.
like. I think this is probably a favorite in terms of the covers with the people on it.
Those are good. I was just looking at the abs and I was like, oh man, those are hot abs.
I know. And it's his hair. It's just like long in the very beginning. They meet at a Halloween party and he's dressed like a Viking. And
Mhm.
I can see it. That freaking
Oh,
hair. Oh, I love it. I love
hmm,
it.
yeah.
What he does at that party is a different story, but around 70 pages left of death and continued. Oh, wow. Oh, I was eating dinner, so I switched to one of my KU TBR books, Greed by Ava Charles, and it's good so far. Ooh, it's so good in the Kindle store, and I love the cover. Um, I actually don't. She definitely like when authors are like, "Oh, it's standalone," like you can just pop in. I
No.
so far think that you can, at least with this one, because we do get an appearance. We get an appearance of like previous characters that we've met, but like they're not pivotal so far, in my
Hmm.
opinion, to this romance. Like this is a completely. It really does read like a standalone for sure. Where like Contempt, you definitely should read Undertow
Hmm.
before you get into it because it's kind of like sets them up. I think with Surrender so far, I don't see any other tie-ins except for like an appearance that I was shocked by in that book. So I definitely think it is because I wouldn't have been lost.
I'm a stickler for like that. Even if they say it's a standalone, I have to read them all in order. I was reading
Oh,
Max Monroe like last week, maybe the week before, and it was the first in the series. And you introduced her best friend, and the best friend has a partner, and I kept like scrolling through the backlist of like, where's that book?
Right,
because
right.
I was
Yeah,
like,
you're
it was bugging me. And it was legitimately, there was never a book about that couple. And I was just like, oh, this annoys me so much.
oh my God.
I
No,
tried like 3 times because I was like, no, they should have had a book. Where's their book?
that's how,
I
no,
want to
that's
read
how I
that
am.
book
I want to
first.
read everything. It's like, come on, I want the whole scope, the whole world. Like, that's why it's taking me a minute to pick up God of Fury, because I'm reading that series before I get to that book. I really want to read it. I've heard great things, but I need to read them in order. Like, it matters to me. So, like, oh,
Mhm.
this one too. What was it? Sophie's Surrender was what it was titled last time. And I know that she added things into this book that are different. So I'm like, oh, I want to see the difference. But like,
Mhm.
oh God, Melissa knows all the goodies. So I'm definitely excited. He's wild, wild in this book. Especially now, like what I did is there's like a bonus novella at the end. I read Sleeping Beauty first, which features previous characters that we've met, and it happens at a setting that we've already seen that opens this book. So I'm like kind of in it. I'm trying to piece everything together. I'm on chapter 24 of The Worst Guy. It's Hate to Love Doctors. It's okay. I saw
Mhm.
that. Yeah, Sophie Surrender. So I was like, as I remember her saying that, like, what was she saying? That she was going to obviously change the title, but she was going to put things in here that wasn't in that one. So I'm like, okay.
Mhm.
I don't know what she changed though. Yeah, I read it under the other title too. I might reread it under the new. I don't remember it too much. Ooh, he's I'm interested in seeing like what she added in terms of the series, especially after reading the author's notes about clues that she's embedded into the series. Even though they're standalone, she's embedded clues as to where she's going with the rest of the books, and tells people that you can stop at book 4 if that's it and that's the end of the HEAs, but she's going to be doing something else with the remainder of the stories that are all going to be centered around Hannah. So I'm very excited about it. I highly recommend the audiobooks. Yeah, so this is why I started charting my expenses at the beginning of the year, because I knew after seeing all the reviews for the audiobook and just God of Fury in general, I was like, let me just buy. So I got all the audiobooks. I got,
Mhm.
up until that point, I have them in KU. I may get the physical copies depending upon like if I'm enjoying the book, but I got all the
Mhm.
audiobooks for that. I made it to page, I think dual narration isn't until the 4th book, right? I made it to page 113 of Only for the Week. How is it? I have that in my Kindle because of Lisa. Because of Lisa from Baby Library. I own 3 Mary Zapata books, but haven't read a single one. She's on my must read. Yes. Yeah, because
Mhm.
after Linkus, I stopped, and there was a really fun live show. I believe, I don't know if Carrie put it on for Book for Romance, where they were like, she was talking about like just her favorites within. I remember I love Crystal from Crystal's Bookish Life, so I was just like,
Yeah.
and I believe she was saying her favorite was Colty, so that's why I
Mhm.
have that one. I don't know why I started with Lingus. They're such big chunky books. You would think I would start with like Wall of Winnipeg or like Colty, and I should have, because I have not picked her up since, and I want to. Have you read Sophie Surrender? No, I didn't read the first one. I didn't read the original one, and I was going to until I like learned that she was gonna just re-release it under a different title, and she was gonna add things into this one that she didn't add into the last. So I was like, I just waited, and I'm excited. I'm glad I did. Oh yeah, see, yeah, I got that. I got the freaking, how many? I think I got all of them. Let me look, because I know that's when I was like, I need to start banking my dang expenses.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've got God of Pain, God of Ruin, God of Wrath, and then God of Fury. I got all of those.
Mhm. I was gonna say, I I have to be too careful. But I think I'm gonna do an Amazon order this weekend for, I don't know what, but I like mentally was gonna buy a bunch of, spend a lot of money on books over the weekend, and I only got The Bride by Allie Hazelwood because I was in Atlanta and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have like great book selections, and I'll get to go to places that have like better selection than what I have here. And the day got away from me. I didn't really get to go as many places I wanted to, so I really just was able to pick through their Target, which was fine. It was a Target,
Right.
and then I went to Books a Million on the north side. Um, and that one was just okay too. It was like all they didn't have like some of the new releases that I was kind of expecting. So I was a little disappointed. So I'm like, I'll just order something from Amazon.
I know, I know. I was in Atlanta for Christmas and I wanted to like do some book shopping because I'm like, thankfully, I have found like gems here in Vegas, but still, like it's not the same. So like you would think it would be. I would say our library is so good. I get so many indie titles in the library, and anything I order, they pull in. So I'm like, I love the catalog that the library system has here.
Yeah.
But as far as like used bookstores, I'm like in there all of the time. I wish I
Mhm.
had like what Books a Million. I wish we had that. I wish we had, why is my mind blanking? What is like the half off one?
Half
I wish
price
we had
books.
some here. Yeah, half price books. I'm like, I wish we had more. Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know. I thought she added new stuff, but I guess okay, so I read what she added. Shane
Mhm.
East had me cry. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get to it. I definitely want to read through the series because I'm the same way. Just little details. I want the full everything.
Mhm.
Even now, like talking about Julianne Mom, I'm so
Mhm.
glad I read the first two books because I even see the fourth book within that series completely different now that I've went back to the beginning. I'm just one of those gals.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's reading only for what is it? Only for the week. I
Mhm. I've
wait.
seen that everywhere. I need to get to it.
I need to too. I've got it in here. I'm reading Rena Kent's backlist in her reading order to get to here. Yeah, yeah. You know, like Rena Kent's been very hit and miss for me,
Mhm.
but I did enjoy God of Malice. So now that I'm hearing that God of
Mhm.
Fury is it and it's I'm just like, that's my catnip.
Mhm.
Sapphic any like just queer romance I'm enthralled by. I just or I wanna like at least try it. My
Mhm.
favorite is All Roads Lead Here, but I haven't finished it. Second favorite is Luke Off with Love. I didn't like The Wall of Winnipeg and Me. Ooh, I
Interesting.
like this. This is an interesting take.
Mhm. I can
Oh,
get it. I can understand it. It was the right book at the right time for me. But
I'm trying to see if like I should be looking at All Roads Here. Cause like lead here because I am bing 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 bing. Thank you for this tip. Book Outlet is having their 5.99 sale. I need to get on it.
mhm.
I need to stop though, because I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna wait until it's like my birthday because I have budgets for things. I have budgets for like seasonal shopping. I have
Mhm.
certain times, so I'm like, I'm really not supposed to be dipping into that yet. So I could go see Miss Vita Von Teese, but I do want books.
Mhm.
Because of my age, I'm gravitating to older women, younger man books. Yes, I need one of them. Dude, there, girl, you can have some of mine. I'm over here like rethinking. I'm like, how young you gonna be? Because I keep trying to tell me, yes. I'm trying to find like I wouldn't mind a silver zaddy, a salt and pepper zaddy. I'm glad you're reading them in order. Yes, especially the one that precedes it. What is God of Pain? Yeah, or God of I need I gotta read them in order. I cannot wait. That's gonna get read this year though. I cannot wait. Like just for the build up, and I hear like their siblings are in a relationship in the previous book. So Colty is still my fave. We got it.
Mhm.
Well, first of all, we got a buddy read Bride by Allie Hazelwood because I wasn't
Yeah.
gonna read that, but then I bought it at the top of this live because that's what I
Yeah.
do on here. And I really
Mhm.
want to read it. And I think, I mean, I'm sure I can get through it. I feel like I'm gonna finish Surrender today.
Mhm.
And then already I like got like the tiniest smidge of like makeup on my cover of Love and Other. So I'm like, no. I got like a little bit. So I'm like, okay, I don't even want to be touching it anymore. I loved Culty All Roads Here. See,
Mhm.
I need to read it too. I need to read
Mhm.
it too. I'm excited. We've confirmed it's not Omegaverse. There's
Correct.
just nodding. Okay. So,
Nodding.
and the physical copy that Lynn has is stunning. There's texture on it. I'm so glad that you have it because I've only really seen it like I was gonna go
Mhm.
visit it in the bookstore because I'm like, I've only really seen it like, on Bookstagram. And I think it was Ruby Dixon who posted like a reel of her picking it up, like her copy, and it like you could see the texture, and she was talking about how stunning it was. I was like, that's really pretty.
I know. It's gorgeous. I was like, Kelly from Kelly Reynolds Reads, she was like, I was looking at it and I was like, I thought it was period. Like I legit saw this and I was like, period paranormal. And I was like, as soon as she said that, I was like, I want that.
Yeah.
Where can we find that, please?
Oh my God.
Which I
I
mean, the
can't
series that we read, the
fancy
Dark
cover.
Thunder, that has some of that elements. I wish there was more in the past with that, but
Me too. Especially with his backstory. Oh my God. I could read an entire series centered around and set in the world where
mhm,
like he was cursed. I was living for that. And the very
yeah.
Greek mythological
Mhm,
tie-in. I can't wait to read more about her best friend because it's
yeah.
that series. It's Wolf at the Door. I can't wait until I'm more in a paranormal kick because I have a
Mhm,
full mood TBR. I'm like really into this idea of creating mood boards because now I don't feel like I've picked
mhm,
up a lot from my February TBR because I decided that this year I'm just gonna do like mood stacks if I'm in the mood like you have, like for
mhm,
historical romance, this is what I'm prioritizing. That way,
yeah.
like I got through a lot of my anticipated reads and the ones that I plan to pick up. And like
Mhm,
I still have like Revive Me from JL Seegers. Like I really want to
mhm,
read that. But I read Hostile Takeover because if I was in a contemporary mood, I just told myself it's
mhm.
basically building a bunch of mini TBRs. That's all it is. But I feel more accomplished because at least I've read from each category, except for Iron Widow. So I'm like, okay, if I'm
Exactly.
in this mood, I can like reach for that. So I need to build my paranormal one because there's so many I want to get to. I just like that classic nostalgic paranormal.
I know. I'm really excited. One of my favorite cozy contemporary paranormal authors is Lauren Conley, and she has a novella coming out at the end of the month. Her first book is Seduced
Lord.
by a Silky, I think. And so it's set in this mythical town, lake town in Georgia, where kind of like it's a refuge of all paranormal creatures. And there's very interesting discussions about um, otherness and kind of segregation of species because there's like of the wing are all like flight-based creatures, and then you have of the water, and then you have the monsters, which are the mixed breeds. And so there's some very intricate political and kind of cultural things within the town itself. But it's such a like cute and cozy marshmallow mellow world, and I just love that.
And it's also
So then,
saying something. I love that.
yeah, and so it adds a little bit more paranormal than like the traditionally published contemporary paranormals, but it's still like that cozy and not like angsty like the more urban fantasy paranormals are like Cressley Cole and Nalini Singh and the Sherilyn Kenyon books. It's like those you have to be ready to wade through some darkness for. And it's like I love a cozy paranormal.
Oh my God, Lauren Conley. I am
Mhm.
definitely checking that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like there's something about cozies too. I think that's what I liked Wolf at the Door, which I got that rec through Mel, because I did enjoy not only just like it's the MM pairing, I found it like incredibly interesting that he was once human, wasn't he? And the effort within this sort of like FBI, this paranormal FBI unit, and how it's an effort to bring together like both species. Ooh, let's go.
So that's the first book. They all kind of have this like theme, and it's the mythical town. And so basically she's like sitting on the dock. She came into town because her dad died, and she has to like clean out her dad's house, and you don't know what she is. You obviously he lived in this town, so he's mythical at some point, some kind, but it's kind of a mystery of who she is. And this Silky's swimming by and like absolutely like falls in love and like tries to woo her, and it's just absolutely precious.
Okay, I
And
need to, because the cozy fantasy has to be the year for me to hit. I've picked up like maybe
yeah.
5 last year. I want to just go on a binge.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say the cozy fantasies and cozy paranormals is like my entire aesthetic right now.
Ah! I love it. Have you seen what is it, like it's Vampire Knitting Club? Have you read those?
Mm-mm. I don't
Okay,
think.
that one I want to try too.
I was,
Oh, I need to get a physical copy. I didn't get a physical copy. I need to get one then. I was thinking of picking Bride for my buddy read next month that I do with a couple other booktubers. Me and Lynn have to do a buddy. We're gonna do a buddy read because I
yeah.
figure like then it'll be fun to just kind of like I like the way that I'm pacing through this fanfic because I know I'm buddy reading and I want to like there's certain like things I want to note on Discord and everything like that, and I think buddy reads are fun. I
Yeah.
can't wait to get the Aliens Prize too
Hmm.
for book club.
I know. That I'm
Oh,
excited for that. I looked at the length and I was like, oh, this is a good length. It
yeah.
Some of her other stuff gets long, especially like in the Hurricane series.
Oh, I can't wait to pick that up. I haven't read it.
Mhm.
I haven't picked it up yet because I was like, okay, a little over 200 pages. I've been very like interested in reading more Ursa Dax because of Ava. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh, I loved Ursa
Yeah.
Dax in like December, and I love like the themes. I just
Mhm.
like, it was Elizabeth Stevens where Taken to Nobu was absolutely one of my favorite alien
Mhm.
romances last year, but I will say you do have to like get through Taken to Phyrexia. There's a lot of world building and it's very heady and she's very heavy with vernacular. But once you get into like her shtick of writing, I think the themes that she presents are just very poignant. It's masterful. It's like, and Taken to
Mhm.
Nobu just was like next level in terms of
Yeah.
like just essay survivor finding love. The way that she wrote that, I don't want to give anything away, but it was just like, this is beautiful. It was standout. So I didn't know Nalini Singh was Ali Hazelwood's favorite author.
Ooh.
Melissa knows all the details. I
Yeah.
swear.
Well, that's promising then because Nalini Singh is currently my go-to paranormal urban fantasy writer.
By Lana Ferguson. Oh
That
yeah.
that one was a 5-star. Retrospectively, probably, or maybe it was a 4.5, but that was pretty good. I have that one on my shelf.
That's how I am. Like sometimes I get off the heels of like a read and I'm like, it's 5 star because I'm really about like how
Oh
was the
yeah,
reading experience? Like, right? And then I'm like, all
yeah,
right.
hmm And I'm like not someone that like notices plot holes or grant like writing style super like I don't have a background in English or any of that. I am purely a STEM person, so it's like it's weird that I'm a reader, but so it's like I get through it and then like if I sit on it, then like the plot holes pick up and stuff. And I typically am like one of those people that I'll give a book the benefit of the doubt and it's like, well, like this didn't work for me. But like it might like
Mhm.
for someone else. So I'll always like round up a little bit just to like I don't know, not be mean.
I
But
know.
and that was one of the things that I struggled with so much with read when I was doing reviews. It's like like I'm very like positive. I enjoyed the book and whatever, but all of a sudden I'm watching myself back and I'm like, you're really negative about this. Like, why are you being negative? It was good.
I know I'm like that too. Like I noticed when I was like throwing things in stats and which was so chaotic last year, which is why I am just committed to really like taking more time to track everything this year
Hmm.
in terms of my reviews and everything. I'm even behind this month, but at least I'm on top of it. But like
Hmm.
I noticed that I have done like my average ratings kind of gone down because I'm being more like experimental in terms of like broadening my horizons and what I'm picking up. And I realized like the way that I feel about a book right after finishing it. Like I'm rating it highly, but I notice and I can start red herring plot and aspects of the story like that if there's something that's not working for me. Then
Mhm.
all of a sudden I get my analytical brain on, either like I'm living for the character dynamics and I want to geek out and like parse things through,
Mhm.
or something's not working for me and I start noticing like, wait a minute, what's going, I don't plot is, I'm not a plot reader. I am
Yeah.
characters first, always. It's
Mhm.
characters and my overall reading experience every single time. So when I start focusing on the plot and like, ooh, the world building just wasn't giving, then I know that there's something about the relational dynamics that wasn't working for me. It just
Oh,
wasn't.
yeah.
So that's when I start getting nitpicky. And I've like noticed that like outside of my genre, which is romance, when I start getting into thrillers and I start getting into horrors, I'm a lot better at like parsing out like the beats, which like that comes from like I read screenplays and stuff like that. So when I'm like reading other things, I'm trying not to be in that headspace, but it's easy for me to do it outside my genre when I'm still trying to discern what my taste is, you know.
Mhm.
Average rating
Yeah.
has gone down because I'm like, I've pretty become well versed in the tropes that I like, the things that I find to be catnip, the things that I die for. Like, if I'm in that, I'm pretty much like, this is a good book. Like, it kept me
Yeah.
entertained. I'm not going to get nitpicky unless it's doing something that I really like. Then all of a sudden, I've got 3D glasses on and I'm noticing all of this and I'm noticing the nuance. And I'm like, Tiffany, like, I'm never like that.
Yes, I know.
Oh, either Target or Barnes and Noble basically tells you how much. Oh,
It
wait, that's so sweet. That's really cute. That's
I
really
did
cute.
see the bonus,
You're in Target.
information because I got it from Target.
I need to get
Oh,
mine.
I so appreciate it. She did her acknowledgement section in bullet points. That a woman after my own heart.
I was laughing because what was it? I think I was in Contempt and I'm like looking at like just how was this typed? How was this printed? Because sometimes they can get lazy with this print on demand on Amazon. And I think
Mhm.
like when we ended, I love how like Samiano just like bolds things. Like, look, if you're not gonna read all this, fine. But she does have them bold. If you do not enjoy DebCon, and I do mean dubious or non-con, this book is probably not for you.
Oh
I
gosh,
love how
yeah.
she just like, let me just bold what you need to know. If you're just gonna
Yeah.
flip through here.
Mhm. I know. I was gonna say. Yes.
Oh,
And well, that also makes me think of Butcher and Blackbird's content warnings and like note to readers. And that's just like, I mean, it's everything. And I mean, it's also the truth because like I was the person who read this and it was like, I can get on board with this. Let's go.
oh, I know. I was like, ooh, accidental cannibalism. And then plus hers are just like stunning. Shut up.
Ooh, that's so
Yeah.
gorgeous. I don't have
I'll
the
like
paper.
this.
I don't have the
It
paperback for that, but I probably need it. My rule of thumb is that if I didn't buy the paperback originally, I have to reread it before I authorize the purchase of it.
Oh, that's a good little test there. You might save me some money because I
Yeah.
need some sort of parameters over here. I really do, especially because it's like, okay, we went through Christmas, so I had some gift cards. Now my
Mhm.
birthday's coming up, so I'm like justifying things, and I have this is probably not a good purchase of because then you just want to buy things and scan them and like get it all pretty, and then I know like the collector in me is like, I need this to be complete. Like it's
Mhm.
dangerous. I'm like,
Yeah.
I need to just complete that.
I was gonna say my two my personal rules, which are pretty easy because I live so far away from a real bookstore. I'm like an hour away from like a real bookstore. Um, and so my rule of thumb is I can buy one physical book. Well, I can buy approximately $20 in books physically without having previously,
Oh,
or I have to have reread it to justify the purchase. And so
I
it
love
has to like I have to prove to myself that I still enjoy it on a reread and that I'm not like picking up on the like pitfalls the second time through. Because I reread um the the prequel slash #1 of Immortals After Dark.
Yes.
Um, with the first vampire brother, I forget his
Mm-hmm.
name. That was like, I thought for sure that that was like going to be all-time favorite level. I reread it and I didn't change the rating, but it turned into a 4-star on reread. And part of it was like I had never read an adult fantasy of that like caliber when I started the series, and like it so swept me away. Retrospect, not an all-time fave, but
Yeah, so you're like, I'm not, that makes sense too. And for it to be a prequel novella to get a physical of.
mhm.
Like the idea that you have a dollar amount, because like my mind starts to get gamey, like, okay, girl, like I could do like 2 books. If I'm going the Tal Bauer right, I could get like a whole like duet by Tal Bauer as opposed to getting like, you know, or like
And
4
then if I
historical.
go to a used bookstore, then I can get maybe 5, versus if I'm going to Barnes and Noble or another place, then that's like 1.
I like to add my like, I'm a big creature comfort person, so if I'm going to Barnes and Nobles, I'm getting a coffee and maybe a cookie. I like try to add that in there too. I'm like, bitch, you know you're gonna get, and this is how I talk to myself. I'm like, you're gonna get X, Y,
Yep.
and Z to make it an experience. Like I need to add that in, and that like takes away from.
All right.
I'm
I was
just,
gonna say, anytime I go into Barnes and Noble or like a craft store, it's like I have to like be okay with the fact that I'm spending at least $20, more likely 40 or 60.
yeah, and the prices have gone up on everything. I'm like, this is ruining my little like me time. I'm taking myself on dates all the time, so now I need to call them something else. Like
Mhm.
I'm just always taking myself out. I'm obsessed with. I cannot wait for book 2. I'm obsessed with Bryn. Period. I remember there's like I still do it, but I haven't done like a follow-up video or anything. I think there's a video on my channel about it, but I do still play author's bio roulette, which is how I like try to get my brain excited about picking up books that have been on my TBR forever. I like to look at an author's bio because I feel like if I know more about that author, I'm more likely to pick up their books. Right. Like I
Mhm.
know something personal about them. So when I see it, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna read Bryn's book. And I read about Bren being in neuroscience. She's a
Mm.
STEM girly. And in the academic space, and I became obsessed with that. And then that's when I picked up like by Black Sheep by her. It's
Yeah.
co-authored, but like I've been obsessed
Mhm.
ever since with like her mind, and she just writes like that. That
Yeah.
psycho sunshine dynamic and the way that her turn of phrase for like
Mhm.
that I just find to be like just wild and cracked but also relatable. I fucking love her humor. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with her.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm so excited for Leather and Lark because, like, Lark as a character, like, you know what Leather's character is going to be. But Lark, you got just enough of a hint to say, oh, we don't know her at all. And
no,
I'm
but she's
so
cool enough
excited.
for her to be called up. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, we don't know her, so it's like,
Yeah, 'cause with like the couple of hints of like, well, people from her family just keep disappearing. And I was just like, oh, okay.
I'm
That one was one that I was very happy about because I missed it on I missed Butcher and Blackbird on KU when it
oh
got pulled for it being traditionally or transitioned to traditional. That was one that I was really hoping to see in Barnes and or while I was in town, because like everyone posts about seeing it in Target or Walmart or their bookstores, and I was like, if I see it, I'm buying it.
yes,
I'm circumventing my own rule, but it's my rule. But I was
right.
like, but I didn't see it and I was kind of mad.
I
But
know I bought this. I remember rushing to buy this because I didn't know. I don't know why I thought this. Plus, I'm gonna if I see this in a Walmart in a Target, I'm buying it because it's Bryn and I love her
mhm,
and I just want to support her. I'm so excited that she's like blowing up.
yeah.
I remember buying this immediately because I was like, it's gonna get pulled, and I didn't know what traditional publishing things they were gonna do with the cover. I'm like, everything's
Mhm,
perfect about this. I'm buying it now. Um,
yes.
so I can't wait. Like if I see it on the
Yeah.
shelves, I'm getting it. I almost got Funny Feelings by Tara DeWitt because of that too. Because I know she's a
Mhm,
hybrid right now. So I just get too damn excited. Like I'm so
yeah.
I cannot wait for Leather and Lark. Which
Yeah.
now thinking about
Mhm,
collecting, I don't know if that was the smartest because Leather and Lark's not gonna be this
mhm,
size or the same, you know what I mean?
yeah. I was
So
gonna. but I did get but I was able to get the arc on NetGalley where I was like so excited because
Wait,
like
what?
I yeah.
You
Wow.
did?
Yeah.
You got the arc?
So
Shut the fudge.
yeah. Well, I'm like this weird unicorn in NetGalley where I have well, not right now because I have a Ruby Dixon, but I have 100% review rate. When I like finish a book, I immediately review it. I only request books that I'm going to read. And so, but I only have reviewed like 9 books. So some publishers are going to be like, "Well, you haven't reviewed enough." But most people are going to be like, "You're actually going to review it."
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so
I need
I
to
was
review
very
books
happy
that I
that I was able to skirt around the $5.99 ebook price. Or actually, I think it was like $7.99 at the time. I was like, yeah, I can't do that. And I saw that they were doing arcs on NetGalley, and I was like, getting that, or at least
I need to go
attempting to get
back.
that.
Do you recommend I need to go back? It's so dumb too because all of the arcs that I've gotten, like Wolf Gone Wild by Juliet Cross, I got my reviews out for that audiobook, but on NetGalley, I didn't get it out.
Mhm.
So I'm like, and it's still sitting there on NetGalley. I was like, this is why I don't ask for arcs because I'm so intimidated by like the profile process. Like my Goodreads, I'm finally getting that together. I don't have a lot of reviews on Amazon or through Audible.
Mhm.
So like my profiles are not impressive. Like I'm just like, I just feel like I'm just a person out here reading books. So I don't
Yeah.
like putting out for things or like putting out that either.
I
I
mean,
don't
I don't really either. I go on which like when B talks about the number of arcs and I see the number of arcs that she reads, I'm just like, how? Because like I can't write. I can't write. I can't put things into words. And so it's like I have to be very like careful because I want to make sure that I'm representing it fairly. And I mean like my profile, it's fine. It's like I say that I rate how I feel. I will, if I remember to, which I don't think I did for Butcher and Blackbird because it's a book that actually has really good trigger warnings for
oh,
everything that's happening. But like I'll include trigger warnings. I primarily read romance with some fantasy or paranormal elements, and so that's what you get.
yeah.
So, but I've
I need to
also like kind of had some misses on NetGalley. So I only go on like once or twice a month, and it's such a large percentage traditionally published that a lot of times it's not. There's nothing worth requesting.
yeah, like unless I like have a relationship with the author, I'm not putting in for things. I just
Mhm.
don't like I stopped doing that. Like the stuff that I have on
Mhm.
NetGalley is either instant download or that. So I'm like, books that I've already reviewed, I need to go and just get that off of my docket there so I can have a 100% review rating
Yeah.
because I've already reviewed them. I just, I forget about that platform because unless it's instant download, I don't put in for things anymore. And you know
Yeah.
what? I hold space for the fact that future me might feel different. So I want to like clean it up over there. Who knows? I
Yeah.
might be into that like next year.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I know, I love it. I love it so much. I love Bryn.
Mhm.
I have to budget my 17-year-old in me.
Yes, I know.
I feel you. Like you gotta rate it in for the both of y'all. I still haven't listened to the audiobook. So
Oh
I think
yeah.
I'm gonna listen to the audiobook and tab this one up and then go support her and buy this one and Leather and Lark
Yeah.
in the traditional because that's what I have to do so that they match.
Yeah.
Because I care about said things now.
Yeah.
What? I used to not be one of those people then like my friends would be like the sizes are different on the shelves and like they cared. I care now cuz I'm like it doesn't
Yeah.
fit. And I'm like now my mind's already like how the heck am I going to fit these back on here? I'm going to have to move things around now. Cuz
Yeah.
I'm like Mariana's going to have her own like little section here and I'm like now I see
Yeah.
it.
I was gonna say I have my one little mini shelf. It's a child shelf, so I get to be ruthless,
Yeah, right? Cut through.
cutthroat, and so it's like, okay, like thank you for your service, but you were a good read, but you were slightly forgettable, and so You will go to half price. Well, you'll go somewhere. I enjoy going to half price books, but I do not enjoy what they pay me for the books I bring them.
Oh, I know. I have a whole the bottom of this TBR cart. I've got books that I need to unhaul, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna, it's like a whole thing, bringing in the books, but I need to do that so I can get. Oh, your brownie. Should I order a couple cookies, you guys? We are gonna do another spread. I thank
Oh
you
yeah.
every single time. You keep me on track. Every time. I'm grateful for it because I need the reel in. I need to be reminded because it has been. My friend was like, "You're gonna be on there for like 5 hours." I'm like,
Yeah.
read me
I
for
was like, if we start at 7, we can get like a solid 5 hours in before I'm dead to the world because it'll be like
I know,
11
Lynn,
or
I
12
know, you
p.m.
know
my
me.
time.
You're like, let's start early. I was like, you know what? She's probably right. Cheryl! Hi! How are you? Yes, we are still here. See, this is what I mean about fangirling. I need to chill. But I got so excited. I know. How are you, Cheryl? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're here. A lot of series not in order, even my special girl. I know.
Oh.
I'm like, because before, I'm trying. Like, I'm evolving or whatever. I'm trying to like get it together. Like, I'm starting to see like I have like Lisa Kleypas here, and I have like mass market paperback sizes, and then like the huge hardcover, and I'm like, why? Why? I'm
Like that would annoy me. But I have my shelf alphabetical, so I have them all interspersed. So, well, I'll caveat that I put Ribby Dixon and Katie Wilde together because they're my favorites, and they're all indie, like in the same vibe. So Katie Wilde's not where she's supposed to be,
I
but
love Katie Wild.
I love Katie Wilde so much.
Like she just hits the freaking doesn't she hit the spot every single time?
Yeah. And her artistic skills, because she did all of the indie covers for Ruby, and she does her own covers.
Yeah, I'm just like, and I think we're supposed to say like, but like Alexis Riley, and it's just really cute to see their friendship. I love seeing them at Book Bonanza. I was like, wait a minute.
I need to get on maybe Book Bonanza. Well, yeah. And maybe I need to get on Book Bonanza tickets because that's the only because she'll be there this summer. And it's the last year of Book Bonanza.
Isn't that, yeah, I'm not surprised it's the last year, but I'm like,
but Ruby needs to put her name in other ones.
Oh, I know. I couldn't believe that was her first signing because I stand by this. Her table was the best. Like, it was so well run. It was the best run table, the best run table there. Yeah. And so, like, she needs to. I can't wait because that one went well. And then hopefully the last year of B&B goes well for her because I want to see her at more signings as well. Yeah. It's just too freaking good. She's such a freaking sweetheart. And I love her books. And she's just like very genuine. I don't even know how she was still standing because she's very generous with her time with everyone. I'm like, how is she doing this? And I guess because it was so well run and they had that table down pat and her author friends were on top of it. She was able to like extend herself in that way. I've been sick all week. Oh my God. Happy reading. Oh, you rest. Yes. You rest. I have been on the echinacea and throat coat all week. Wait, we're going back to this. You keep me true. We are going to do another spread. I don't know what I'm doing though. I don't know if I need to wash my hands. I won't touch one of Mel's bonds without that. It's funny. I was like filming a video here. I'm like, I'm not touching the shelf without washing my hands. So now I know what tabs I want to do. I found the podfic and I'm further along in that. What I want to stop because I have to go back and annotate. I think I'm going to continue on with Surrender by San Mariano so I can actually see myself finishing it. This is just like, and like watching, I'm creepy. Watching you read with your little half smile and being physically reading. You have this cute hat. So I'm like, okay, I know when you're liking something and when you're like, I
Yep.
want to read physically too. So I think I'm going to do that.
Yes, I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna finish this chapter and then I might go back to Kate C. Wells to get a little bit more unhinged. So I think I'm gonna maybe split, but
Oh my gosh. Okay. Should I do the same thing?
we'll see.
All right. We'll see. I need to like clear them out.
Yes.
All right. We're going to do another 40 minutes. We're
Yep.
doing 40 minutes. I feel like that's what everybody wants, right?
Yeah. I feel
Yeah.
like with the amount we talk, it's the balance.
Good. I know. Yeah, they're stopping
Yep.
it permanently.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's crazy. Because, you know, the people that I work on it don't do it full time and it's a whole thing. So,
Yeah.
I'm happy that I went when I went. And
Yeah.
we will
I'll
put
be happier if Ruby announces more signings because I'm like, there's other signings. It's just Ruby's been so tight-lipped. Well, she's not been going to signings and until
I
Book
know.
Bonanza. She hasn't announced anything else. So,
And
we'll
I'm
see.
sure, yeah, she hasn't announced anything else. I'm just like, I want to see if anything else is like coming down the pipe because I might stop. I know I want to go to Canada and like some of these trips are like crazy, like going all the way to Canada. I would like to meet Zet Mariano, but if she did another signing, I would make it happen.
I think she's coming to Authors in the Bluegrass. Let me check my list.
What?
I was gonna say, you can.
Am I gonna freak out? Wait.
Let's see. I was like, we can coordinate off air if that's the case. Because let's see. I have it alphabetical.
I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah.
What?
I have her on my list. I mean, it is a very unofficial handwritten list.
Wait, so she's gonna be here in the States?
Yeah, Lexington, Kentucky, October 20 something ish.
Oh! Okay. So sorry, you guys. Let me process this with the mute button. Because I'm doing Love in Las Vegas again.
Yeah.
And I'm hosting that. Like, it's gonna be a fun sleepover with Caitlin. But that's like the week before.
Yeah.
Do they still have tickets?
I don't know. Probably, maybe.
They didn't for Sweetgrass, and I got one of those. So so I'm thinking, oh my God. It does make sense. No, that's the thing. Like, I'm not surprised that they stopped doing Book Bonanza, but I'm also surprised that, like, you know, this year about like you know, it was news to me too. It was news to me as well. Like, I get that it got bigger than what they could, you know, organize and withstand.
Looks like you can still get tickets.
Okay. And yeah, 65 in the budget.
No, yeah, it's pretty cheap. And then we'll talk in our DMs a little bit because I'm at that point I'll be living in Cincinnati. So we could do like a day trip down.
Moving.
I am moving.
Are you excited?
I am.
I won't lean too into that because I know it's personal, but I'm excited for you.
Thank you. Yes. I was gonna say
steps. Oh my gosh.
But yes. Also I was like, I think Pam's also going to that one. Pam Godwin.
Stop. Okay.
Who else?
Let's calm down.
Who else do you care about? I mean, obviously, I don't know all of the ones that.
Kentucky. Oh well, yeah. I'm not surprised. Oh my heart.
They have. I don't know. Do you read Penelope Douglas? I was gonna say. I mean, like everyone's read Pen, but
are they going?
they're on my list. I mean, I wrote this after I got tickets, so I don't know. Let's see. Leisha Co. I know you loved Lee.
So annoying.
Um, I was gonna say,
What is happening? Caitlin's gonna hate me.
I'm convincing her. You're
What
coming.
the heck is happening? Pam's gonna be there, and Sam Mariano for sure. Oh, and
I mean, not for sure. I mean, this is me handwriting in my journal, so with my checklist of who I need to read by October.
Oh my god! Shoot, my boss hit me.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that because I've got all my time off in, but sorry.
I was gonna say, well,
Who's going 11 last? See, you guys, I'm not trying to be like cute when I tell you I'm unorganized and I literally get by with my friends' help. I don't know anything. Like I'm because I'm just like I hate to have that like, but I'm just excited to be there and to like see my friends. I don't like I need to pay more attention. Like I finally got on pre-orders for like Charleston. Who's going? Who is going? Come on, you talk about Penn. Come on, what do you know that? What? Okay, that makes me happy because I was like, I would love to meet her. Oh, let me calm down. Oh no,
I feel like for sure a lot of people are going to be at Love in Vegas.
maybe not. I'm bad. Like I just like booked it, and it
Yeah.
was a huge hike in price. So that's when I was like, I live here. I'm just gonna like stay at home and drive like 7 minutes to the venue and do that. It was fun staying at Planet Hollywood last year, though. It really was to staying at the host hotel, but I'm like, I don't have to do that. So I like justified the cost. It was $300 a ticket. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was something like insane.
It was expensive. I
300
knew that I was gonna for this year I needed to stay like local-ish to where I thought I was gonna be. And I knew that I was salty that I missed on Sweetgrass. So I was and like now I have other commitments that I would questionably rather go to than Sweetgrass, but I'm going to it instead of Sweetgrass. So but I was like, Authors in the Bluegrass, that's like an hour drive from my parents.
Yeah. And like it's a steal. I think it was what Windy City was like 150. It was Steamy Lit was 300, excuse me. I think it was like it was a big price hike for like right after we had just gotten finished with that. So like you already paid for everything and you're just coming back from a trip and like, assessing the damage. It was a lot. So like same. And then like I recently got a ticket to Sweetgrass. Like that was like
it was feral in the Facebook group. Like I'm kind of glad that they finally like pulled it from Facebook and that they had kind of started regulating it because like there were people scalping and there were people like then like it to me I think the whole reason that they started I didn't fully follow it but I'm pretty sure like people were upcharging it and like saying that they had tickets and people would like Venmo or send money and like the ticket never came through. And so that's why they stopped doing it on like an honor system in the Facebook group.
Oh wow. That's scary.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because I was watching it pretty diligently for us both.
I know, right? Because I'm like, I have to have like my head down and figure out like I'm like, there's some way that I have to go. So like I just had resulted. I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna be able to go. And like that would have been fine. That would have been fine. Because but I'm like very grateful that worked out because
Yes. And then 2025 with Orlando, and then I'm also going to Austin with Southern. So I forget what those are called. One of them's magic something, I think.
I do want to try because my best for like both of my besties are in Florida. So
Hmm.
I'm like, I've been thinking about it. But no, like these book signings, they're pricey. They
Oh yeah.
are when you think of like Steamy Lit makes a lot of sense for me at least. Because it's like very close. But you really
Mhm.
have to like think about like the
Mhm.
travel, also
Oh yeah.
like who you're staying with, like who you feel comfortable with, who you feel comfortable sharing like expenses with in terms of like where you're staying. Like it's a lot goes into the sightings for sure.
Wow.
And then also like just like I've already tried to set aside the money that I know I'm going to spend on books.
Hmm. Yeah. I have a little thermometer of like, so whenever I send money over to my savings, like what piece goes to where, and I have a, which for me it's probably enough, but and I probably won't spend that much, but I have a $400 like mental of that is what I can buy leading up to the signing or at the signing.
That's how I do it too. And then I always try to overshoot because when the trip is done and I still have money, I'm like, yes, like I feel really proud of myself. And like I feel like I'm like luxuriating in like the experience, but I also don't feel bankrupt when I come back home. So
Exactly.
I like to
Mhm.
over budget for that. And like that means like, maybe I can't get any crumble cookie and stupid things like that or take myself out or whatever it is.
Mhm.
But it's like it's worth it. But these book signings are expensive. Like I was really nervous when I was trying to close on the dang house, and that was around the time when I was like I can't do book signings and anything like that. I didn't think it was
Mhm.
going to happen this year.
I know. I was gonna say yeah, it's very interesting, and like I'm trying to keep an eye on mine stuff, but it was like when I bought the tickets for 2025, it was the same. Like I bought, it was a bit of a hit, but I bought Authors in the Bluegrass for 65, and then both of the 2025 in Orlando and Austin were like 60, 65, 70, 75 ish, and so it was like affordable with the book signings in mind, but
Exactly.
it for all of them to come out in the same week, it was a bit of a punch to the
Well,
account.
that's how it felt. I was like, they like they're all coming out at the same time. So I was like, yeah, do I want to go to Canada? Sure. And I could get the ticket for that now, but I'm like, oh my God, like it's the expenses to get there and that
Mhm.
the initial ticket, because you kind of do need to like pull the trigger and buy it right then and there,
Yeah.
right? That's how I felt about Love in Las Vegas next year. I'm like, I'm going to be so upset if I don't go. Like, yeah, I could like go see my friends, but like I
Mhm.
live here. I'm like, I was so mad at them because the price was like $150. And I'm like, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
also get it. And I'm also like, small female business, get your coin. It costs like, I'm on both sides, but it's like, oh, everything's coming out at the same time. It's a lot. And I
Oh,
cannot believe
yeah.
you're going to be at Sweet Grass and Love in Las Vegas. I'm doing both too. And
Mhm.
the signing in Austin. I
Yes.
want to go.
It's Southern Belle Book Events. When is that one? Um, I think that one's August. The Orlando one that they host is in March. Didn't you say Caitlin gifted you the tickets for a ticket for that one?
Yeah, but what is this Austin, Texas? I want to
Um,
August.
2025. Yeah, I think it's something like that. Let me look and see at my tickets. Um,
Oh, you have tickets. Okay, hold on.
I was gonna say, Violet Crown author event, Austin, Texas. Oh, I was wrong. September 20th, 2025.
Okay, that is
And
probably better for me.
mhm, yeah.
I'm
So
trying.
the tickets went on sale the same time as the Orlando one.
Of
So
course
I
it
bought
did.
them at the same time. The Austin one was cheaper. That one was it was like 45. So with tax, it showed that my purchase price was like 53.
That's nice. I just can't, I gotta get all this stuff plotted on the calendar and
Yeah.
just see what's like gonna work. Like this year, I'm trying to do a cruise. I want to go to Japan, so I'm trying
Ooh,
to.
that's fun. I was gonna say I have a destination wedding for a friend in the Dominican Republic in May. So that's gonna be fun, but
But
expensive.
expensive, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
same thing.
Mm, and then Authors in the Bluegrass, and then I'll be moving, and, um
Ah! It happened! You guys, I don't know how to trigger the like effects, but I don't know if it's because I got a new computer. How did I get balloons? I don't know how it happened. I'm so excited though. I see like the
yeah,
thumbs up thing that people do. I've been wanting them. I've been wanting
I
them, and I want them to be like inappropriate, like during a meeting too sometime. So we'll see.
yes. I feel like part of the joy is not knowing how to do it because, like, I mean, I could Google it, but
I know
what
that's you have something there because I could have done that too. Because I just assumed that like I didn't have the capability, and I'm like, is it just me being calm because I'm freaking all over this frame all the dang time? Oh my god, we got balloons. Okay, yeah, I need to get on
yeah,
that. Okay, I'm so
okay,
sorry. We're doing a
got
sprint.
distracted.
We're doing a
Yeah,
40-minute sprint. I'm gonna make it
yeah,
45 for all of that.
okay,
We're gonna make it 45. Let me go in here really quick.
okay.
Okay, we're gonna do that. I'm excited. So surrender. I'm committing. I need to wash my hands because I'm not trying to mess up Mel's bind. Even though she sent them for us to, I can't believe it. It's gonna be a cool book club this year. I'm done talking. Mute. I'll see you back in 45.
Yep.
I got caught up in that one. Oh.
There we go.
I'm like, hold on, let me put this in here. I made it to chapter 28.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good sprint.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
This is so floppy,
Oh, that's the best.
right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm probably gonna finish this tonight. What is this? Long. Dang. Well, I've already read Sleeping Beauty, which is the bonus novella in here.
Mm-hmm.
I have less than 200 pages. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. How are you doing? Okay, did you end up like hopscotching around like you thought?
Yep, I finished the chapter I was in Lady Daring Takes the Lever, and then hopped back into Return to Monte Carlo. So it's very it's very interesting because I mean he's I don't know, like I mean all of Kate C. Wells's heroes, they really end up being unlikable. They start off really on a bad foot and they have to grovel and they have to earn it. And so far I'm not seeing the redemption yet, but
Oh, okay.
we'll see. I
Oh,
was
so
gonna
he
say.
convinced you. Okay, so what's the setup if it's not a spoiler in terms of why of his villainy or why he may need to grovel?
So, so the initial setup is it's their 1 year anniversary. She was kind of waiting for him to plan something, waiting. And so when he didn't seem like he was planning anything, she planned something with his family, kind of like a fancy dinner, all dressed up. And it's like an hour into it, and he hasn't left work. And his personal assistant, like, has obviously told him, like, hey, you do know it's your anniversary, right? And he's not shown up, and so she's a little fussy, and she has he's really rich, and so his fancy like French chef tried to make American barbecue because they met in Texas, like doing barbecue dives and stuff, but like the French chef can't cook barbecue, and so like the meal was disgusting, and his family is quite cruel to her. And so she kind of is like about to like leave and is like super frustrated with the family. She goes to pick up this like antique vase that was like a Greek classic sculpted vase, because she wants to see this image of the one of the fables with, I think it's Daphne and Apollo or something like that. Um, and so she goes to pick this ancient vase up, and they're like his family's being all dramatic, and it's like one of those out of body moments where it falls and
No.
shatters, and it basically has where his family has this veiled dislike for her, and like she's had a hard time getting situated, and he's working all the time, and he's basically treating her like a trophy wife. And so he comes back, blows up at her, sends her to his room, like to the room
What?
like a child. And so she's like, screw it. And so she goes back home to Texas, and he's just come back, and basically they have hate sex like immediately before anything's resolved. And I'm like, and then they're talking about how they met, and she was a 19-year-old working like at a hotel salon, and he was 30 something, and he's like saying, I married a child. And it's like, she said, like, yeah, it was your fault, you knew I was 19 at the time. And so, and then they immediately go into this hate sex, and I'm just like, I don't know, it's like they're not even like attempting to resolve any issues. It's not like in Run Cozy Run or some of the other ones where
Mhm.
it's like they're they start to kind of build some communication before they like are rebuilding a relationship. It's really just like so I don't know.
Yeah, because the two within that series, it's like for whatever reason, because they're almost forced to deal with it. It's like
Mhm.
the stories start. I always say like as late as possible, like right on time, right when we're like things are either falling apart or they're coming together, at least on the part of like
Mhm.
one person's aims. Oh my god,
Yeah.
is that the one that's like set in the 80s?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, now I
It's
see the
very
cover in
subtle.
my. Oh, what? Icebound. Oh, I believe it. I freaking believe it. Oh, yes. The arc has been finished.
Now the
Nice.
caveat is how long will it take for the review? Because
I
that's
know.
the hard part.
Ever. I'm telling you, that's why I'm like, with like sometimes what I it's hard for me to I won't wait. Like if I do end up signing up for Pam's,
Mhm.
one, I wouldn't be expecting to get it, but if I
Mhm.
did get it, that's something that I would like slowly be working on as that's what I do when I'm vlogging, which is why I really like to do vlogs because
Mhm.
I'm already thinking about like how am I thinking about what I'm reading and I'm going to do an update. So I will like jot down notes as I'm reading and it makes
Mhm.
it so much easier than to conceptualize all of my like analytical thoughts by the end and like consolidate it in something that's succinct. And this year with Goodreads, I just told myself I want to write something even if it's just a line. It doesn't have to be a full like drawn out like review, but I'm
Yeah.
going to start going back and transcribing what I've already said in videos because sometimes I'll be editing and I'm like, all right, like, like that sums it up. Okay, I need to start like putting like timestamp clips in my dang Goodreads reviews and move on because I feel like I'm like going over and doing like multiple attempts at the same thing. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna
I
like,
think we
I'm
talked
like, what
about this in
what I said.
messages, but I decided I think I'm gonna try and do for all my 5 stars and maybe 4.5s. But I've been kind of slumpy with how busy I have been at work, and so it's like I haven't had any to really like test me yet. But definitely need to make that more of a priority this year
I
'cause
have my reading journal that was gifted to me by Willow, who she keeps sending me these like just beautiful books.
Mhm.
And there's 100 spots. That's the Clockwork. I want to say Clockwork Orange, and it's not that because Clockwork
Mhm.
Orange is just an iconic film. So I'm like
Yeah.
Kubrick. But
Yeah.
there's 100 spots for entries. I know I'll probably read more than 100 books this year. So instead of logging everything, I'm trying to log all of my 5-star reads. And then I told myself it's gone from because I haven't had very many like romance 5 stars this year.
Mhm.
I guess like Spinning Silver could be considered that, not to spoil anything. Like I thought it was just going to be fantasy, but it is a romance. Like that was I had a 5-star right out the gate. I'm even
Mhm.
behind on that because I want to log all of my 5 stars in that reading journal and make it
Mhm.
really cute because there are prompt questions like favorite quote, what did you learn from this book? And I'm not going to fill all that out from a 3-star read. However, I'm realizing and doing right. I'm like, I'm not going to do the whole layout and like all of that for a book that wasn't a favorite. But I think even if it isn't a 5-star read, like if it's poignant in some way, like if I feel like, oh, this is the book that taught me that I don't like X, Y, and Z, or like
Mhm.
why I do like something. So I'm trying to like save that for notable ones, but I'm even behind on that. So I need to like
I started a new reading journal and like my spacing's all off. Let me grab it. It's over
fancy.
here.
Cause I'm like, I've got a few 5 stars and I don't have a printer in here yet. I keep trying
Mhm.
to like add little things to this library in here to just make my
Mhm.
work
So
of
this week
reading streamlined.
I did kind of a Pharaoh Fab theme. So
Oh, I love it. Oh my god.
yeah.
That's
But
super cute.
thank you. I steal it from Google Images. I don't know who like had it, but I was like, I kind of want like mystically like whatever because that was kind of the vibe I was feeling, and I wanted color because January was kind of like monochromatic with well, I can show you. It was Edison bulbs, monochromatic.
Cute.
So with a little bit of yellow, but my spacing's off because I have a new journal and I wasn't like sure about the spacing. And so it's like I have like 10 slots for any given month. And all I do is like the main like subgenre that it's in and the date that I finish it on and what star rating it is. And then I have kind of I just do kind of how I read it, what subgenre it is, so I can track how many of each type, and then I do stars.
Oh
So
my
it's pretty
God.
simple, but it's like I've messed up the spacing because I've only finished 3 books so far with my work schedule, and it's like
I cannot tell that it's
like
off. That's you.
yeah. So, but it's like I have a lot of empty calendar pages, and I'm like, whoops. So next month I'll have to spread out the things. But like my reading journal is really just like everything that I touch. And then
Okay.
so that I can, but it's very like simple. So then I don't have to like upkeep a ton.
Yeah,
But
I like that. I have the reading journal. I love your layout. It's super cute. The reading journal I have for like poignant things because within my phone, I'm already doing Airtable. It's just so much easier for me to like use
mm,
that for like
mhm,
keeping up with like my updates and like I have a wrap up coming up. So it's like so much easier for me to like if I'll
mhm.
go through, I'll have like all my stuff on Airtable, which ooh, who's hitting me on Instagram? Oh, cute. Um,
Yeah.
like I have all my reads in here, and what I
Mhm,
like about like this is I can like go in here and like track like all of my thoughts on it. I can
mhm.
track like, my review, the like link for it in my videos, and like put all of that stuff in here so I can go
Yeah.
in and like pull that from my description box and I can like immediately like copy and paste whatever review I have and put it on Goodreads. And so I'm like keeping track of all of my everything in the
Mhm,
Airtable. And then I use this to put it in the yearly tracker, which is has a whole bunch of other stats, which I realize I like all of the graphs and charts and stuff like that. And I'll probably do like a quarterly thing just so that
yeah.
after I came up with like my top reads of the year, I realized that I care about all the stats, like what I'm
Mhm.
actually picking up, like what was like non-romance, what was like queer, what was it did it! It did it! I love it. I think that is such a fun surprise. I need to learn how to freaking do it. I want to learn how to do it. I want a crown. I'd be ridiculous if I knew how though. So it's probably best that I don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I have like 3 places that I'm tracking things, but I think that they're functional for like
Mhm,
different things. And so I have been able to like keep up with it for the most part. I like the hardback quarters like tracker thing because it's tracking so much, like the
mhm.
transactions, habit tracking, and you don't really have to use all the functions. But because I'm already inputting it into Airtable, I'm like, I might as well do it in both places and
Yeah.
stay on top of my stuff.
I was I have like
Ooh.
3 going. Ooh, that one's good.
Yeah. Yes. Okay,
Uh,
yes. Well, what are you gonna land on? Because I'm
mm,
like,
mhm,
before the night's through, I went through and now I know what I'm tabbing these with. I'm gonna start going through. I washed my hands. I had to. I was like, I
mhm.
cannot get makeup on this.
Yeah.
I get like chintzy on my setting spray. So
Ooh.
like my makeup will transfer and that's fine, but like it's brown. So I'm not gonna get my pages messed up, you know. So I'm excited because I found the podfic for this and I'm gonna be
Mhm.
making my way through it. This is such a like sweet and like it's cute. This is a cute historical romance. Time
Yeah.
travel, they get stuck in the past. And I really like how it's like noting the plight of women. Of course, it's like even
Mhm.
from like her having to pass with dress, like how she's dressing, the formalities of everything, not being able to comment on the plight of women and how their prospects are really like sequestered to the home and marriage and, you know, childbearing.
Mhm.
And Hermione's like, so headstrong. But they really are in this like perilous situation that if they don't, it's funny how they have this working relationship where they've been working on basically time travel and
Mhm.
them like being in this like contentious all business like bantery relationship. I want there to be that reveal that he's like really into her because they've always kept it professional. And it's so fun to like be in like Harry Potter universe but be in the past because you get like just these tie-ins to other characters like
Mhm.
Neville, like the long bottoms. It's really, really cute. I'm really loving it. The banter is top tier. It's
Yeah.
so freaking sweet.
Mhm.
Ah, I'm like I have this goal to read more fan fiction this year. So
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
like it's just everything. I think it's
Yeah.
like the perfect February read too. I'm like, this is just so charming. It's also like kind of it's like cozy too. And there's
Mhm.
this history of how they're gonna be able to get back to their time. I love it. I love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
what are you gonna read? We need to know.
Mhm.
I can't believe like I was really getting through this and then I forgot. I was like my camera's off because I went to go wash my hands. I already got this. This is my plate. I already got this dirty. It just came. So I was
Oh
like, nah,
God.
I'm gonna go wash your hands.
I was gonna say, I don't notice that I like touch my face a lot. That's like one of my things that I struggle with. Like I need to be better about it, but I don't notice my makeup transfer. But I don't know. I'm not the person to notice those things.
Well, that's I'm like, it's their mind now. So I
Yeah.
like when I was going through and like looking at things like some of my spines and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, but these have been loved.
Hmm.
I'm not loaning them out. I think my cookies are here. Should we look at this box? See
Yes.
how long we want to like. I feel like I'm getting a lot done. Oh my god. The
Yeah.
door is literally right here. It's not even far. Okay. Mm. Okay. Dude, I wish I had homemade brownies. This is
I was
so
gonna say they're not completely homemade. They are box brownies, but they are.
mom.
I made them, so
This is so extra and unnecessary. I'm just doing it because I have it. So
yeah. I was gonna say, use what you
speak,
got.
speaking of young bucks, anyway, Dominic, that's his. It's so pretty. I just got everything with the chocolate chip
Hmm.
so I could
Ooh,
try them. They're really, really cute.
ooh,
I don't
that.
know if anybody's had this box. So I was like, all right, I don't know what to order. And we were sprinting. I typically like to cut these in half, enjoy
Mhm.
half, and then enjoy the other half with the protein shake to shuttle it to my glutes before the gym or after the gym. So
That
I'm
that
like kind of use half of it for the Smith rack and like the other half for like just enjoyment. So that's like how I use these. I'm definitely going to the gym in the morning. I'm like,
I
these
was
are
gonna say, I'll
things.
need to work out in the morning, with the all of the sweets and stuff I've been having. So,
I mean, it's fun. It's like it's this box I always end up devouring. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna enjoy a cookie and we'll use a cookie at the gym. That's how I've started doing it. And I want to start doing, I've heard people save a read for the gym. I want to try to like do that. Like they save a read that they listen to or like read while they're just there. I might do that for like some novellas,
mhm,
but I'm not sure. I can't because I'm not disciplined enough. I'm like, I'm not gonna, I have stuff like that for the bath. Like I love
mhm,
like bath time reads. Now that I'm not risking my life because I have the Kindle, I feel more comfortable reading in the bath. But I have gotten obsessed with this shower speaker that I have. It is a
mhm,
I like found it on a lark at Walmart and the sound quality is simply top tier. I was listening to it when I was trying to get through House of Flame and Shadow. And because
mhm.
I was sometimes when I'm vlogging, it already takes me a long time to do videos. Like you know how it is, putting all the
Yeah.
effort into the videos. So I'm like, I need to at least get the reading of my updates done so I can get this out. So I'm like listening to that in the shower, and I'm like, this shower speaker is it. I mean, I removed it from the shower. It was like following me everywhere. The thing is awesome. So
Mhm.
now I've been like doing audiobooks in the bathtub, and I freaking love it. I absolutely
Yeah.
love it. Oh my God. I'm obsessed.
Mhm.
So I'll have to try to find something for the gym.
I was gonna say, I can't like split my focus that much unless I'm like on the elliptical or like a treadmill or something where I'm like repetitive motions. And like I can't do audiobooks when I'm shopping because like that splits my focus too much.
Oh
But
yeah.
when I was in college and I did when and you have like the most amazing gym for free in college, I would do I would like cycle between like the elliptical, the rower, and the bike. And I would have like action TV on or action movies. And so like I would watch like all of like Arrow and Flash and every once in a while like NCIS and those type of like crime slash
Yeah.
hero shows. And like that would be kind of like what I would do because that would like keep me in and kind of be like actiony so that I'm like keeping energy up.
Tell me about
Or
it.
I
Mine was the Gladiator playlist. I was but I'm like I love that. And like,
yeah.
yeah, I can do an audiobook when I'm doing when I'm doing the Stairmaster to either failure at the end or like 20 minutes on the Stairmaster after. That's
Yeah.
when I'm I'm gleaning for anything to distract me. And it has to be an audiobook so my eyes can wander and I can just like grit through the pain. And it gets better when
Mhm.
I'm consistently doing it. Like if I've just picked up the Stairmaster time just so that it's not so arduous. Cause like once if I skip a couple days, it's hell. So
Mhm.
it's like
Yeah.
I need something because same thing. I gotta focus and any sort of like action music so I can
Mhm.
insert myself into that. I mean, if I'm like freaking
Yeah.
Zelda on that bitch, I'm like so invested.
Exactly.
Oh, the chocolate covered strawberry. Let's try it.
Mhm.
Is
I was
this
gonna
it?
say, I thought that was
This
like a chocolate peppermint, but like that's clearly not seasoned. I
is
just
that
am always like all the peppermint, all the chocolate. Ooh, that looks so pretty and
okay,
yummy.
I'm gonna try it. Let me see.
Mhm.
Mm. Mmm. God damn.
Mhm. Yeah. I was gonna
Okay.
the first time I went to Crumble because like I see people order them on like I see you order them, I see people just like have them pick them up. I like did not realize the magnitude of the size of those cookies until the first time I went because like my family and myself were like, "Oh, we'll just bake it." We don't go to like
Yeah.
dessert shops very often. And I was like, the one the one time that I went, I was like, "Holy wow, these are huge." I mean,
That's
like
why
this is
you have to
more
have them.
mhm.
You have to.
At
I'm a
me.
big cookie baker, especially during the holidays. Like I like all of my things, and I didn't realize like how stacked my parents' kitchens are until I started buying the Pyrex and I started buying the mixers, and I'm like, this is a lot. So there are a lot of things that like I don't have
Mm,
that have allowed me to be more creative in terms of
mm,
like how I'm putting things together in my kitchen. But yeah, I'm
mhm.
slowly getting my collection together because I love to bake. I love
Yeah,
baking. It is so much better at home.
yeah.
It really is.
I was gonna say I have quite the collection of cutout cookies right now. Well, I don't bake them terribly often, but I have a bunch of the cutters, and like it's one of my favorite things is to do the cutout cookies and decorate them. Very poorly. I am not an aesthetic decorator.
But like it's calming. And I
Mhm.
feel like I love to do a little recipe because it's something I can complete and be successful at. It's gonna taste good. I
Yeah.
love I love it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Back in the
so
fall, I tried to make homemade pretzels. That one was kind of a fail, but I attempted.
you did?
Yeah. It was kind of a fail, but yeah. I I think because I bake so much, the recipe said for like I think it was like 4 cups of flour, three and a half, something like that. I bake all the time. I sifted my flour. Don't think I was supposed to sift my flour.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
So I
Because
was
it's
definitely like
secondhand. Yeah.
I was definitely under floured and then I overcorrected with too much flour. And then the recipe said to use like a quarter cup of baking soda, and it was it was too much baking soda, and so it ended up tasting a little metallic. But
Okay. That's
it was
yep.
a learning experience. Next time will be better.
Hell yeah. Ooh, ice cream sandwiches. That sounds so good. You
Oh
guys.
yeah.
Order chocolate strawberry tomorrow. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday. Yes. I'm like learning that these emojis work, and I think it's like so cool. I think, you know what's so funny? I think I might be too animated for them because every
Yeah.
single time they come up, it's like when I'm casually doing something or
Mhm.
casual for me, I feel like I'm just sitting here and it's
Mhm.
just
I feel like it's
cool.
a less dramatic thumbs up. I think for you it's like a half thumb. I don't know. But
Yeah, because I'm just like talking and then it's like boom. Oh, if that works, that works.
yeah, I don't know.
Risk and Start Forever After All by I gotta read them
Mm.
more. I think I have. I need to start reading those. I have books by her and I haven't read them. I need to read them. And I haven't got, I think, is it signed? Let me just see. Because every single time she's at a freaking signing, that line is insane. And I
Mhm.
don't think I got, yeah, nope. I still got the posted in here. Because every
Mhm.
time I'm like, well, I haven't read it yet. Well. And so, like, I don't stand in line for her to sign it.
Yeah.
So I haven't gotten any books signed by her yet. But
Mhm.
she was everywhere last year, it felt like. She was,
Yeah.
she was killing
I was
it.
gonna say I hadn't really heard of her, and then all of a sudden, like she was at every signing and everyone loved her. And I was like, I mean, sometimes I'm just clueless in general, but I'm like, what did
So,
I miss?
I mean, her
So
lines are crazy.
mhm.
Not me putting this in my mouth. I should not have tasted that. It's like it's dangerous. I'm closing the
Okay.
box.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say I was lucky because I made the pan of brownies for a friend dinner last night, and so I only had one piece left, and so it was like, that is it for the brownies. I don't have more. So that was good.
That yeah, and like for me, I'm like I have all these like stipulations. I'm like, okay, I ate. We're going to the gym in the morning. Like,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
then little reward systems. They work. They work. Like I have editing to do. I'm like, I gotta get this video out. I'm hoping Sunday. Usually my mom's coming into town for my birthday kinda early, so I don't
Mm,
like to do any filming when she's here. I typically like to have everything, like, kinda done, and then I can still spend time with her, and, like, maybe do editing. It's funny because I really enjoy the editing process, which sounds
mm,
crazy, but it's like it's the final, like, step, and to where
mm,
I can, like, put everything together the way that
mm.
I kinda, like, saw it. So I actually
Yeah.
enjoy the editing and I enjoy the talking about books. All of the other stuff, I'm like, "Ooh, this is taking a minute." So I'm trying to work on, like, my workflow and output and
I was gonna say.
the
I think
cookies.
that was I think it was the well, there were a lot of issues with why I stopped making videos regularly. Partially my dog would did not like to not have the focus on him for any length of time.
Oh,
But
boy.
yeah, but the other thing is I was trying to do everything on my phone, and I don't know how Jen does it because she does it 100% her on her phone, and it's like if it was just like filming on my phone or just maybe I could get on board with that, but trying to also edit on my phone, I could not make it happen for me. And
She has it dialed in. She
mhm,
truly does. Like, there's one thing that you could say is that she is prolific. I don't know how she does it either. I don't know how
no,
she does it either. Oh
I
my
was
gosh.
gonna
It can be done, like, I love that because it can be done, like, and editing
mhm,
and all that. I just got this phone because my laptop pooped out. I got a new phone, new laptop, and I'm like, "Okay, there's a lot more space on here, and I
mhm,
do have iMovie on this phone." So I'm like, "This is feasible that I could do it," but woo,
no,
and the quality is there. So I'm like, could potentially film everything and do everything on this phone. I just haven't like I haven't dialed in that workflow. So it's like
Yeah.
absolutely incredible that she's able to do that. It is.
I was
It
gonna say, I don't think I mean, it's one of those things that it's like, I don't know. At this point, it's like if people just invite me on lives, I think I'm happy.
Oh yeah, we have to keep doing sprints. Are you in shot? Yeah, like because what I do, all of the B-roll in my like any like added like insert shot, I call them, but they're really like cutaways. Any B-roll,
Mhm.
I like to add like other like visuals. All that's done on my phone. And
Yeah.
I was using Canva. I was using the Canva video editor because it was the one thing that I can do like on the go. I could
Mhm.
just, if I went to a particular space, like during a reading vlog, everything I'm shooting, I have that edited before I leave the venue. So then
Mhm.
later I can just plop that into my reading vlog and I'm just worried about like what,
Yeah.
my updates. I'm really
Mhm.
big on, especially like when I'm watching vlogs, I
Mhm.
just care about somebody's thoughts. Like I love an aesthetic video, but at the
Mhm.
same time, I know what it takes to put that into like my videos to where like yeah, if it's calming and it's gorgeous, that's fun. I really love the reset videos that have been coming out
Oh,
lately. Those are
so
like
great.
right, and I think I love those so much because I feel like I'm getting to know the person more. Like I want to
Mhm.
see how they set their TBR up. I want to see if like they prioritize their reading journal or like what they're doing, if they're doing laundry, if they're talking about any products. Like I just feel like I'm spending more time with the person that's reviewing the books. So
Yeah.
I think that's what I really love about those.
I
And
was
I
gonna say,
yeah.
I feel like I would I think I well, we'll see. I don't have time for it right now, but it's like I think one thing like if I were to revive my channel more, I think I would get like a top down view recorder and do more bullet journal style stuff. Even though I'm like not like I'm not super like unique and crazy talented. It's like I like that, and that's like one of the things I dedicate most of my time on. And it's like I don't know.
And I love the layout that you have right now. I was like, oh my God, that's so nice. I can't, I
I was gonna
cannot.
say I don't even have like books on the TBR like yet because like my brain's not been in a TBR mood. And so that's part of the reason why I did the bingo is because it's like, well, I want to read at I want to read at least one or two books for Black History Month. So far, my mood rating has not agreed with that decision, but there's still time. It's like I wanted to read at least one physical book. I wanted to read a continuing series, and then I wanted to read at least one book that Smart Women Read Romance have reviewed that I haven't read yet.
I love them. Isn't that fun? I think it was Fated Mates podcast that really got me into that where I'm like, let me like read a book, really spend some time on it, and then listen to the podcast. Like that is
Mhm.
so fun for me. I love that so much.
That's how
But
I got into community is I was reading books and I was trying to find podcast episodes about the books that I had read and I I found Smart Women Read Romance I think after I read The Hating Game and that's kind of how I got and then I found Justin's YouTube and that was my entry point and that I found it a little later than most people like I missed the COVID peak and I found um kind of booktube and all of that through Justin in uh January or no, it was like early winter 2021.
oh, I love that.
Yeah, because it was in well, it was I guess my first year. No, it was my second year of grad school. First or
Oh
second year
my
of grad school.
God,
So
I love that. So
mhm,
you found Romance Landia and Booktube and just like all of this through. I love that. I love that so
yeah.
much. I
I
love Smart Women Read Romance. I love Juliet and Jessen. I love how they break down the book. I love Jessen's take on books. I remember one thing I love that she talks about was when she says like the big bad,
oh,
like in
yeah.
books, her turns
The
of
mus
phrase.
and the
Yeah.
mustache twirly
The
villain.
twirling, yeah, yes, mustache twirling villain, the big
Yeah.
bad. Oh my God, I love that because there's that like shift that happens from when like you're consuming and then you start participating. Because I know like
Mhm,
I was like watching things for about 2 years before I never commented on anybody's videos. It wasn't until that Bridgerton read along happened where I had heard it through Jess, because I was watching Jess from Peace Love Books and I was watching Jen. Those are the two people I was watching when I was in college, and I was reading romance novellas like Jessa Kane,
Mhm.
because they were like
Yeah.
very short and I could get it. And then like back when we had Audible Escape, historical
Mhm.
romance. So like RIP Audible Escape. Capitalism will never
Yeah.
let them do it again. But that was like everything. The catalog for Audible Escape was everything when it came to historical romance. Okay. It was everything. I really
Mhm.
felt like a true like Kindle Unlimited, but for historical romance audiobooks. Anyway, and so I wasn't like participating, but it was that Bridgerton read along where
Mhm.
like I saw Carrie from Book for Romance, Alicia, Natasha, and Chris. They the romance book squad. I started
Mhm.
like tuning into that, and I think we were doing like a book a week. And so I
Yeah.
was like, I can do that. And then like I had so many thoughts, and I wasn't like I had just graduated. So I'm like, I have the time to really devote to this. And I started throwing stuff in that comment box, and that was it.
Yeah. I was gonna say I was a I don't I think people call it lurkers, but I was like stalkers or just like I was in the background for probably a year and a half.
Mhm.
And then it was about um I think it was like spring 2023 when I was left grad school and was coming down here for my job. And that transition, attempted to start my channel, and then it died within my first semester of teaching because that's not a productive
Yeah.
time to start a new hobby.
It's crazy. Yeah, 'cause I think I was a lurker for like 2 years, and I started because I think it was like 2018 was where I realized I'm like I have to do something, because if
Mhm.
I don't do something to read for pleasure, I will not read again. Because I was the onslaught of that curriculum was just so heavy that I was like cringing every single time I had to read something, and I was afraid of
Yeah.
that because I'm like I used to read for pleasure, and that's when like what led me to BookTube, and then like this my channel I started February of 2022. So it hasn't been
Yeah.
that long, and I had just moved here like around
Mhm.
October 2021, which was
I was gonna
like I'm
say I
gonna
was
start
one of
this channel.
the I think I was one of the OGs because when everyone started like posting that you had started a channel, I was like, okay, well, I got to see her
It
because you
was
were on
so
a couple of
sweet.
lives right before you started your channel, and I was like, I need to follow her. She's cool.
Yeah, you were. I definitely remember that. You were, because I was just like on Instagram every single day, and I got to the point where like I think the reason why I didn't want to start, for there are a lot of reasons, but one of my
Mhm.
things was like, could I be consistent? That's what I was
Mhm.
afraid of. Like, do I have a routine nailed down? And I was also afraid of like learning out loud, because I was like, I went to film school. And so I was
Mhm.
like, I don't know how to do something, or if my videos don't look a certain way, I didn't want like to be embarrassed or like have to. And everyone was so kind. My first
Yeah.
collab I think was like with Crystal, and that video, I don't know how I did it, but I had to upload it in 2 parts. I didn't realize that the whole video didn't like didn't come out. Like it's been a lot of learning out loud and learning in public, and it's been
Mhm.
fine. Like everybody's been
Yeah.
like super kind. And it was, I wish I would have started it sooner. And even
Mhm.
now, like I'm just grateful that people even watch, because
Yeah.
when I my first year, I was doing like 3, 4 videos a week. And it
Mhm.
got to the point where like I was getting burnt out, and I just realized that like, why are we doing this? Because I even to this day, like I have more ideas than I have time to like
Mhm.
put them out. So that's never stopped. There's so many things that I want to create. And I just got back to like why I started my channel, which was like for a creative outlet. I hadn't
Mhm.
You're an artist of any kind, like I hadn't created something. I hadn't been involved in creating any short films, any like curating any galleries, nothing. And I just
Mhm.
felt so stifled creatively. I needed to make something. And then
Yeah.
also community. It was like creativity, community. And I'm like, okay, we're just gonna make like what we can. and
Mhm.
it may not be great for the algorithm, but it's going to be great for my mental health. And we're going to put things out when we can put things out. And then now this year, I'm just like more like, okay, I think I can try to, I haven't officially said that because I'm trying to line them up. I've got a couple done. I'm like, I could do like at least one a week. I'm like, I want to churn it up a little bit. But
Yeah.
that was like, it's difficult. Like you go through different phases because there's so much effort gets put in
Mhm.
to just putting out one. So
I know. I was gonna say, and for me, it's like I think the biggest thing is community because I live in a smaller town, and in my circle, I'm the only person that reads to the magnitude, and like most of us agree with that. Is like you are not gonna just find someone on the street that reads the magnitude that you do. Like the
yeah,
average person is reading maybe 20 books a year, and it's like you can have a conversation with a like I mean, no shade to Sarah J. Mass or the Sarah J. Mass girlies, but like there's the girls that just read the one or two Sarah J. Mass books a year. And then it's like, okay, but like there is so much more. And like we read so much more.
yeah, we do.
So, and so it's like, okay. And like we have different perspectives on some of these books because we read so many.
Yeah, even like when it's Writer's Block, which is like this really fun local bookstore, like taxidermy, like it's really
Mhm.
fun in there. Even their book clubs, because I was talking to a friend about this. I was like, even if I were to go to the book clubs that are through the library here, through like the local bookstores, I still I guess I read broadly within romance. Like I still want to chat more. And
Yeah.
I guess we do read like a large amount of books. Like I think I said casually, because to me, I'm thinking I've slowed down my reading a lot. Me reading like 23 books last month, that's like compared to, I mean, when I started my channel, I was reading like 50 books a month. Easy, light work. And it's like not like I wasn't working, like I was back to physically going into my job, like, and I have the channel, and I don't know how I was churning out 3 videos a week and reading 50 books a month. And I
Yeah.
was doing that. So to me, like, I've slowed down a lot, and like I still
But
hear
like,
people go, like, "What are you talking about? That's a lot of books." And I'm like, "Okay." But we get that, I'm like, we're still like ferociously, I guess we're ferociously reading, and it's so nice to have a community that like gets that and it like finds it to be fun. Plus, I like a lot of
yeah.
weird and bonkers things
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
I was like
And
I tried to explain to one of my, college friends, I was Planet Barbarians, and I don't think I did a good job because, like, you need a certain degree of, like, suspending the disbelief and trying like, being open to the weird, and, like, there's the people that are, like and, like, I'm a basic bitch. I do love my werewolf and wolf shifter books, like, I do, but it takes a certain amount of,
oh yeah.
creativity and like desire to really push the bounds past the typical paranormal creatures. And it's
Oh
like
yeah.
to get the buy-in for Ice Planet Barbarians, I mean, even though it's all in the bookstores and like love that for Ruby, like trying to just get a random contemporary reader into Ice Planet Barbarians is it's a hard sell if you can't sell it right, which
Yeah.
I don't think I did.
Ah, stop it. I know, it's like it's so crazy because I'm happy that she's in the stores now. It's because of that popularity. Like people just, I'm so glad that they're devouring it, but it's so true. It's like, you
Mhm.
know, we're a special brand, and I'm glad that I found everyone because
Oh
it's
yeah.
completely animated my life.
Mhm.
Like it's truly like changed a lot because like now I feel pretty settled in Vegas. But when I first moved here, I didn't know anybody. I wasn't as close as I am to my coworkers. And I think it's very healthy because I have other jobs that I do other than my going into work job. Like I have remote work that I do. And like if I wasn't going into that job, I don't know who I would see. I really have to work very difficult, like very hard to make social connections. So just
Mhm.
like the online space and like Romance Landia and all like the genuine friendships that I've made in this community, like
Mhm.
I wouldn't trade it for anything. It's so, community is everything, like connection. I'm so
Mhm.
thankful. So, like, if anything, it's like having
Mhm.
the channel for that is I'm
Mhm.
excited though. I do have like I keep trying to like set it up nicely. This
Mhm.
next one I want to come out with soon. Sunday. I'm
I'm
excited. But yeah,
excited.
it's like it's a huge feat to like to put
Mhm.
these videos out and be consistent about it. So I'm
I was gonna say, I've been because I've been so swamped, it's like I haven't been watching as much booktube as much as I have been just because it's like, well, I can't read all the things, so I can't just like have my TBR burying me alive. So I've been in different corners of YouTube compared to like my normal booktube, and it's like, but I miss seeing my people.
I know. I know. That's why I'm loving I've been seeing more and more reading sprints spring up. I love them. It's nice
Yeah,
and I've been like catching the replays on them. It's just nice to see us all. I'm excited to
yeah.
do this book club with Ava. Like I've been devouring it all. So I definitely have like my like booktube time and then I have my like reading time and like my entire life has just been revolving around
I was
it
gonna
lately.
say. And there's some like videos that like even like I'll just drop anything, pretty much anything to watch and like, oh hey McKay's chat chill and get ready with me's where
Yeah.
she's talking about her writing process. Like I'll watch those like within hours. Um Generally speaking. Sometimes it's like within 2 or 3 days, but it's like I always watch those videos because they're so cool and interesting.
Dude, I have a I do, well, I do have a favorite booktuber. I never say it publicly because I'm like so many of my friends are in the space, but I have a
Yeah.
favorite. And then I have like ones like my immediate watch is Riley Marie. Riley Marie put something out. I am there with bells and whistles. I am like top tier Patreon. Like
Mhm.
I feel better that I've actually met her in person, but it's so parasocial. It's like it's out of control. Like it's like
I was
I'm
gonna say,
obsessed with her channel. I love everything that she puts out. I have so much fun. She has like watch
yeah,
alongs on her Patreon. Like you know, so yeah, she
yeah,
put something out. It doesn't really matter like what I'm
mhm,
doing. I'm watching it.
yeah.
I'm
I feel
listening
like
to it in the car. I'm like, I'm watch. It's getting it. That's getting
yeah.
the
I was gonna say, I I mean Crystal, obviously. I mean, she's taken a step back, but I mean, I love her thoughts and I love all that she talks about. She talks so like eloquently and intelligently, and I'm like, this is what I strive to be.
Yes. Well, she's the one that like honestly, it was her vlogs where I was like, I want to make videos like this. I want to
Yeah.
like I thought it like I thought, because there's conventions of how we do things. And then it was just like
Mhm.
I loved hearing people's thoughts. I wasn't used to seeing like any B-roll. And like when people would call it a reading vlog, and I'm in film school at the time, I'm like, oh, okay, this is different. Like I'm looking at it like I'm all geeky.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, is this like this is how they're doing their storytelling? Like it's just about the reading updates. I started
Mhm.
watching Crystal and it's like I got to see what she was doing that day or
Oh,
like
yeah.
throughout that week and like the B-roll. And I felt like I got to know her. And I'm just such a Crystal fan
Yeah.
just because of the way that
Mhm.
she talks about books and
Mhm.
she like allows us to go through that like mental journey and her life with her by like
Yeah.
she's incredibly vulnerable in her videos. And I like she said something in her stories one time where she was saying that like reviewing books is actually very vulnerable because we
Mhm.
allow people to see how we're breaking down the page and
Mhm.
it's kind of revealing and she's so true and so right about that. So like I love
Mhm.
Crystal. And that's why I was like, okay, I can make vlogs. Like I could do this. I wanted to make videos like Crystal makes videos. That's
I was
why.
gonna say the biggest thing that got me into the book community. I mean, I my gateway was Jessen and Smart Women Read Romance, but then through Jessen, because they're such good friends, I found Crystal's channel and her Vlogmas. I think it was. I can't
20
remember if it was 22 or 21, but that Vlogmas was like what like cinched it for me. Was like, well, I need to be in this community. I need to be
Yeah,
part
right. I was the oh god, bells and
of it.
whistles. I mean, like, I still like I was between you and me on live. Like, I still watch those. They're so
Oh
comforting.
yeah. I was gonna say I don't like tea, but she makes me want to like tea.
She had me be like, I need to like make something that I'm gonna be having to open every single day. It was just, oh, they're just a delight. They're so comforting to me. I
Yeah.
love them so much. I love her videos. I'm right there anytime.
Mhm.
Anytime she's posting, I don't care. Whenever she wants to post, I'm there.
Yeah.
I do not care. And it's the same thing with Justin. Like, oh God,
Mhm.
it's like so parasocial, right? Like I was just so proud of her when like she finally got through nursing school. I was like, yes! Like I felt like, I don't know.
Mhm.
I love them.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, it's like such a like feat. And I know you did it and like Justin did it and I did it. It's like going back to school after working for some period of time is like terrifying.
It is that
And
academic
like,
freedom.
yeah, I was just like, and so it's like being along for that journey. And then for her to like be working full time and to do all the things. Like I was lucky because when I was in grad school, they pay me to be a person that deals with the undergrads. So I like I did have that benefit going for me, but like it was a full-time job and education. But to
Right?
work full time and to do it and to like I can't imagine.
I know. And she was still like, she was still coming out with videos.
Oh, I know. I think I've watched basically all of her videos and it's like I still have my notebook with all of the things that like caught my eye that she had read at one point and I was like
Right?
whenever my TBR is not going, it's like not like part of my actual TBR. I just start flipping through or like their favorites or girl crush episodes and stuff like that. It's like what's speaking to me from the list of things that Justin has
I
approved.
know. I've got a little booklet. It's like
Mhm.
what like small compositions, and it's like so funny. Like now that you say it, like I don't know how she did that. I remember when she was in the height of being busy. I was like, is that she was on Netflix? I remember she was on Netflix when like
Yes.
season 2 of Bridget. I was like, this is so incredible. Ah,
Yeah. Though it was
master.
so funny, I almost didn't recognize her because she didn't have her glasses on. And it was a
Yes.
while. And I was like, that was one of those things where it was a moment of like, wow, this really is a parasocial relationship because I don't recognize you without glasses and without your face being front forward or like a
I
face.
know. I
I
was
was
like,
like,
this
well,
is so funny. I'm like, oh my
yeah,
god. I was like fangirling. I was like, can I call her a friend? I'm like, I feel like
I like I'm like like legitimately I would be like so starstruck and like I like she's one that like I'm definitely like I don't know if I could like ever like DM and have a conversation with her because like I'm like she's so nice. I'm sure she's so nice, but like I'm so awkward about it and it's I I'm like you and Avery and like Jess
oh,
from Honest Fiction. It's like I'll hop in y'all's
Avery is a
DMs and like Jess and I will have conversations about teacher life, or at least she'll at least reply to me when I post the depressing screenshots to my close friends of when I'm working at late at night.
yeah,
But
meeting Ava, it was like meeting a pixie when I first met her. Oh, she's like, but she's also like Ava's like really down to earth and real
yeah,
and sweet and personal, like all of the things. I'm like,
mhm,
oh my gosh, it
yeah,
like when I first went on the booktuber retreat, that's when I was
mhm,
like sold because I'm like, wow, these people are like this
yeah.
is it. Because I didn't know how that was gonna go. Like you don't know
Yeah,
how people are gonna be when you actually meet them in person. And I was like,
no.
this is
We need it. Well, I don't know if I would be part of this but we need another booktuber retreat.
oh, I know. I mean, I
But I
have
mean,
to
now we
think
have signings. Now we have
well,
signings.
Jess and Tori like planned that entire thing, and it was so
Mhm,
incredibly like generous and detailed. And I don't even know how they did it. Now we have all these book signings. So it's
yeah,
like we're able to meet up. But that was very special and just like
I was
very
gonna say
generous of them. And I had
that
just
was
started my channel at the time. So I was just surprised that I was even there. And I
I
think I owe a lot of like my
I
early
need to
channels.
rewatch that vlog. That was so, like I loved that. It was like you got to see like everyone and their everyone's personalities. Like that one's another like core memory that like I remember really early in my like introduction to booktube.
Yeah, that was so much fun, and everyone was so I was like, "Oh, that was at the beginning." And I started my channel, like, what, February, and that was in June. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Why am I here?" And everyone never treated me like that. Everyone was so kind and fun and gracious and like generous. I was like, oh, this is so nice. So I haven't left. I'm leaving this up because true. I want to talk about indie readers and writers. And so when I go to these book club spaces, like even locally, because I'm like, oh, I want to get involved in the library. It's like a passing thought. The personality that I'm inhabiting that day thinks that's a great idea. Um, but I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I want to like talk about what I'm
Mhm.
picking up, and like this is it, like this is how we do that, because in real life it's really hard to
Mhm.
find like-minded people, so
Oh
we're
yeah.
lucky we have this
Well,
community.
yeah, at Christmas, my younger cousin, who is questionably old enough to read this content, I mean, she's in college, but she got throttled by Lauren Asher. And she was, and we've talked briefly about books. Um, but she's like, "Yeah, have you read it?" And I was like, "Yeah, it was okay. Like, I didn't continue at the time." And and it's so funny because it's like I read that 2.5 years ago, 3 years
Yeah.
ago, because I saw Tori reading it. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, Lauren Lasher's big and like this book's been out forever, but it's kind of like also like, okay, like if we're only interacting with the people that are reading the stuff, the bestsellers, the stuff in Walmart or Barnes and Noble, like we're never going to have the discussions with them because a lot of times they're so behind our curve.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like, and I was trying to like, what did my friend? She was like, "This is a little shady," and I'm like, "No, it's not shady. It's just I kind of know based on the books that she's talking about, which is like great, like that. But that was what I was reading in like
Mhm.
2019. It's just
Oh
being
yeah,
republished, and when I'm like, I'm great that it's finding its way in its other hands, but like,
yeah.
and I'm like,
Pauline
I'm
Hoover,
I'm
Elle
not a snob.
Kennedy.
Yeah, I was like, these are things that I've picked up, but I'm definitely not a snob. Like, I was so embarrassed, but also proud that the shortest book on my Goodreads for everyone to see at the end of the year was "Come Cookies
Green.
and Cream." I am not. I was like, I was like that was the book. Fallen, which is like a
Oh yeah,
Harry Potter fanfic, was the longest, and then "Come Cookies and Cream" that made
yeah.
its way into
I
my
don't even
Goodreads
remember
set.
mine. Where'd my phone go?
I
I was
remembered
like,
because that title, I was like,
oh
not Cookies Come and Cream or whatever being the last, like, the shortest book on my freaking 2023 stats. I was like, I'm
yeah,
not
I
being
know.
snobby.
I was gonna say it's like, but it's like such a like. I mean,
Oh my
past
God.
challenges. Let's see.
This is stupid. It's so good. It really is. It's dumb and it's so pretty.
Oh,
I
that's so
might have to
gross.
like finish this cookie and allow it
Yeah.
and use a different hole for my gems.
All right. What? Where's my stats from that year? I'm seeing all the books.
It should tell you what your longest, and then you know how they tell you most shelved, all of that. My
Yeah,
shortest is
I'm not finding that. Ugh. Why?
no.
I was gonna say, but I mean, like, if you if I look at my Goodreads, I didn't read much during college, but I've had my Goodreads since I was in high school.
That I would.
Basically, yeah, um I've had it since 2013. So, I mean, I've had years where I haven't read and there's definitely places where I've forgotten to update it, but like
That's awesome.
there's a big jump in my reading because it's like 2020 I read Throne of Glass and a couple of other books, so I read 35 books. Then 2021 I started getting into booktube 134. Then
Ah!
2022 and 2023 I read upwards of 200. So
Right.
2022 it was 227 and then 265 last year. And so it's like it's becoming a larger part of my personality. And so it's like, okay, well, the internet is where I'm going to find the people that are doing this as well. Like, I'm not,
Exactly.
yeah.
Like, where else I'm so grateful because I'm like, dude, this is like I've just met so many people that like I love through this space, and
Mhm.
my reading has. I never tracked my reading, so I think it was 2020 when I first started tracking, and I didn't really track the whole year. And then like it was 2021 where I was like, I didn't really know how to set the Goodreads goal either. I was like, oh, I read like 500 books. Okay, I can do 500 next year. I didn't really know. I had no idea. And
I was
like,
feeling
I
sad.
think, yeah, I read, I've read increasingly lower each year and still
Mhm.
had a good time. Like, my thing is like, did we like it? Did we have a good time? I've had a
Oh
good
yeah,
time since I've been tracking. So I'm like, I'm loving it. It doesn't really
yeah.
matter.
I was
But,
gonna say I don't like care about the number, but
me
it's
too.
it's also like I
Yeah.
know that I'm going to read a lot because this is my main source of entertainment. I don't really watch TV. I don't really watch movies. And so I also live in Nowheresville. I mean, not really. I'm being over dramatic, but I do live in a small community and so I just can't go shopping all the time and so I'll read instead or whatever. So it works out.
Exactly. I know it
Mhm.
does. It does. I
Yeah,
love it.
I
I
know.
love it. Let me see.
I know we've kind of left the chat to
Sorry. I know
talk
we're over here catching
talk
up.
among themselves. And we're getting existential, so that means we've been probably on here a while.
We have. I'm like, are we doing another sprint? I don't know if like, well, what time is it where you're at?
It's 12:15, 12:20.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm okay. It's the weekend for me. So
Okay.
so
I feel like I could at least do like another sprint.
yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
How long are you thinking?
I was thinking maybe we do 30 so that we
Right.
have time to chat before I turn into a pumpkin. Because I'm
Exactly.
not
I'm
sure
like,
how long I can go after 1 a.m. for my time, but I can definitely go a little longer.
okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, how long do we want to do? I'm like 45 minutes. I'm like, that's a long time because
Yeah.
it's late where you're at. And I have insomnia, so I need to like, oh
Yeah.
yay. All right, Kristen.
hmm
All right, so I'm gonna put 30. Let's
hmm
see. Yeah, I could do 30 minutes as well.
Yeah. That'll be a good like length. And then we'll chat for a little bit and then I probably need to sleep
Yeah.
because
Well, we planned for this, so I'm happy.
yeah,
Like, I'm happy that
exactly.
you have the time because
Oh yeah.
we knew this is gonna I think this might be the longest time I've been on sprints before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I
I was
think like, oh, 30 is good. Oh, come on. Okay. Guys are more awake than me. I can't. Oh, night, hun. Thank you for
not
joining.
yes. I
I
was
know. I
gonna
love the sugar. I'm going to devour this cookie. But I'm thinking, okay, 30 minutes. I'm good to go. I'm going to try
hmm
to get through some more of Surrender. We'll see. I'm on chapter 28 almost. And I will
yeah.
see you back. I'm going to mute myself and start
Mhm.
this.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. This is getting crazy.
Yeah.
I kept like looking ahead because I read that like little bonus novel. I'm like, I have 100 pages left. Oh my god. I'm gonna try to finish it before I go to bed. Be gentle with thyself and let myself um
Mhm.
relax a little bit. I might take a bath and finish it on my
That's a
Kindle.
good time.
How far'd you get? How you doing? How are they? Are they talking about anything? Any communication at this point?
Not really. I mean, so I'm 42% in, and we just,
Wow.
yeah, it's short. It's 200-ish pages.
Don't
So,
downplay it. Don't
yeah,
downplay it. You almost got
true.
halfway through the book and you've already gotten through like a lot of Lady Dairy Takes a Lover. Okay, keep going. Oh my god.
So, yeah, well, I'm enjoying getting a chance to read. So, but I
Mhm.
don't know. Not a ton has happened because it's only been a chapter, but basically she is he blackmails her family because as part of like them getting married, he like was helping out all her family, like paying tuitions, buying homes and stuff like that, and so he was threatening her family. And so like she sees just a little thing of like he really, because she's pregnant, and so she walked away pregnant, and so she's like, but he does want his baby, and he deserves the chance, and like whether or not he cares for me, like we can, the
For the
baby will have a father. And so she has a zinger of like, I'll be there, but I won't be treated like a whore. And so it's this big dramatic thing. And so they hop the flight back to Monte Carlo from Texas, and um we start getting some of his point of view, and none of it's forgivable yet, but you see some context of like his dad has Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, and is starting to like have some deterioration, and it's impacting the business. And so he's basically working a ton of hours trying to counteract his grandfather's decision making, because his grandfather's still like the chair of the business, and
Oh
he
my
like still has a lot
gosh.
of, so it's like he's got a lot of moving parts, and like he has a personal assistant that she thinks he had an affair with, and he's like, no, I didn't. Like in his point of view, and you kind of like are starting to see pieces, but he like his family hasn't treated him well either. But his like excuse is always family is family, and so she's like really like changing the script on him because she's like over it, and his like response is to like treat her more like a wife and putting her more on a pedestal, and is like, well, like if if she does a renovation project, that'll be happy. And so he hasn't figured out what the problem is yet, and I'm interested because it he's not giving her an opportunity to explain or hear, which I don't know. By 40%, I kind of want him to have a little bit more of a realization of what's
Yeah, what's
happening.
wrong in
What,
his own marriage and like if he even cares and if it's just beyond like the duty of family and I have this trophy
yeah,
wife and like what the
it
hell?
feels very obsessive and like lust driven, and like
Okay.
their entire relationship was like insta lust, and it was very like focused on it very much felt like he was enamored by like her innocence and her skittishness and her just like her
Mm,
being young and naive and some of these things. And I don't know, it's not like she was underage, and it's not like, but it feels like just on the right side of it. Like it's still not like past the part where it feels icky, but there's such a power imbalance, and we're
yeah.
starting to get her to reclaim power, but he doesn't understand that that's what's happening, and he thinks that she will stay under his thumb forever. And I think, I don't know, I mean, it would be one thing if it was set in like the 50s and we had some of that power imbalance. And I
Yeah,
mean,
that makes sense. Good point. Good point. But this is set in, and you said it's very light with the 80s, right?
yeah,
That's the
it's
point.
very like subtle. Like at one point, he's calling the landline and she's like, she unplugs the landline from the so that no one can answer. And it's like, or like the Formica countertops. And it's like, I mean, we still have Formica, but it's not like that was, it's
Yeah.
not like a notable thing. And like, so there's like very subtle. It's like, I'm not reading the clothing references and like anything like that clues in that it's 80s.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very subtle with the time period. And so it's like, I don't know, with kind of how the character and how the setup goes, I feel like it would fit more in like a 50s because that's a more, and like he is an old money kind of like behind the times
It
family.
seems more plausible as to why you're talking about the 80s. Girl, go.
Yeah,
Bye. It's not like she could,
exactly.
but I'm sure like her because they met. This is me. This is that now you're getting witnessing how I throw things onto the page. But like
Mhm.
because I haven't read anything of what you're reading, but I'm
Yeah.
just thinking like if this is somebody that it's lust first and he's been her safety net and really like probably the biggest relationship in her life, like I don't think
Mhm.
her first thing would be to just go. Like that's everything that she knows, so that makes sense. But I like that
Yeah.
she's getting fed up
Mhm.
seeing that this isn't all like she seems to be maturing and I'm wondering if their relationship can. And then you only have like what 58% left. What's going to
Yeah.
happen? What needs to happen for like something to change? And then once it does change, how many
Mhm.
pages or chapters do we have on not just their HEA but like arcs? Like does okay, so I'm seeing he's pretty stagnant. How's
Mhm.
her?
She's getting with it, and I think part of it is, her dad went out to, like, get milk one day and never came back, and they never really knew what happened, and so she was raised by, like, a single mom for a good chunk of her life, and
He
so
went
she
out to get milk and never came back. So her father was a
yeah,
Rolling Stone. Okay.
yeah,
Continue.
but, I mean, it turns out he got in a wreck and, like, they never found the wreck,
Okay.
um so it's not like he, like, legitimately just up and left, but, like, they never knew what had happened. And so, like, there is some degree of, like, she has a good independent role model of a mom and, like, they're scrappy, and so she's like, "Yeah, I'm good, I can leave. Like, I can figure this out, and,
I want her to
I'm
leave.
over it." And so you can see, like you can see her starting to find power, but she like, I don't know. It's on that border of like it's not historical enough where I feel like she's 100%, the character isn't 100% committing to trying something different. And I feel like if that's her mentality, we need to be set a little bit further back where that's like reasonable to have the reluctance and the dependence and the wanting to have having a father figure for the sake of having a father figure.
I
Where it's
agree.
so I don't know. I feel like 80s is maybe from what I'm seeing so far is maybe not the time period I would set it based off of the story that's being told. I would push it back another like 20, 30 years to have a
Yeah.
more traditional family values because by the 80s it's a more modern viewpoint. So I don't
Yeah.
know, but it'll be interesting for
I'm
sure.
glad you're reading it because now I don't know if I could. I don't know if I
Mhm.
could.
I mean, it was a six.
Well, you could.
It was one of Jen's 6 stars, so it's one of the ones where it's like it I'm along I don't have strong opinions one way or the other yet, and it could be one that, Kate C. Wells can, like, completely convert me on, or it could be one that just falls a little flat. Like, I didn't love Nikki the Driver in comparison to Run, Posey, Run, and, like, most of the, 5 Packs books have worked for me, but there's 1 or 2 that the line's just not quite there for me. And it's hard
Yeah.
because she pushes the envelope on what unlikable heroes and the grovel. So, we'll see. But right now, there's nothing like. It's just I don't know if he's gonna grow enough in the pages that we have left.
Yeah. It's an interesting story that's being told, though. I'm glad
Yeah.
you're reading it because I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, in the grand scheme, I hope it, well, you're gonna have to tell me how it shapes out. Because like you
Yes.
said, that makes all the difference.
It does.
Mm. And
But
now
yeah.
I'm like, I think I'm thinking about this series.
Mhm.
He I like him a lot more than I like Dara just because of his, I mean, he's absolutely coercive. And I'm very interested in like his father, who's like terrifying for the heroine
Mhm.
in this book. She's definitely in a captor situation where like there's an interesting time clock that's put on him convincing her to fall for him. I kind of like
Mhm.
that. Even though it's coercion, she does have a few things on him because of his behavior in this book. So I do like the like it's not a familial effort to get her on board, but he's definitely being incentivized in a horrific way, a bit. Maybe not for him. I'm trying to get a sense of his like psychopathy, but like
Mhm.
he's being incentivized to get her on board. Like it's almost funny, like when we have these parents that know how their children are, and
Mhm.
so that was like an interesting moment in this, but
Yeah.
I mean,
That is always
that
fascinating.
right? Like when I'm like, let's say, I think it's an undertow, like Hayden within the series. He's like, I know how my son is. So
Mhm.
I loved, and one of the things that I really enjoyed with Contempt is how she's able to like go back and forth with his father about keeping him in line because they know how he is. And I'm like, these are the funniest conversations. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh. So
Yeah.
that's kind of like lassoing me in terms
Mhm.
of like that one. So I'm like, I'm gonna finish it today. I'm gonna make
Yeah.
sure I don't I'm gonna try not to do another sprint and like change gears here. I'm like all
Mhm.
cozy. I think I'm gonna like make sure I take a bath, make sure I don't eat
Mhm.
this whole box of crumble cookie.
Yep.
And I have work.
Always.
I hate that I have work tomorrow.
Mhm. Yeah. I was gonna say, I was like reading and I was like, I think I'm hungry. And I'm like, no, you're not, because you're about to go to bed and you do not need to be eating on an eating right before bed. So
Oh,
gonna
I know.
try and avoid snacking, but we'll see.
Well, you had good brownie time, so that's
I
good.
have brownies. I had shrimp and grits for dinner. So
That sounds bomb.
yeah.
Ooh, that sounds really good. I need to figure out, yeah, because I'm like, okay, I had my little snack here that's so bad. I only ate once today, but I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna take a bath and like watching me.
Mhm.
You'll see me online in like 2 hours.
Yeah. I
I have
mean,
to, I have to like really game myself to like wind it down. It's hard for me. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna take a bath. We're gonna listen to our book, you know. I have
mhm,
to like coax myself. And we got clean sheets and it smells like lavender in there. I have to do all of the little freaking things.
mhm,
So I can get up early and do a few things too, because I'm kind of like a night owl. I got my schedule doesn't start till the evening. So
yeah. I was
oh
gonna say I
I'm
start too early. I my first thing when I wake up is like you're going to bed, and so it's like my alarm goes off at like 5:30 or 6 every morning. And I'm
it
just like,
totally is your evening, my morning, or my
yeah,
morning, your evening. It totally is that.
yeah. So but and then I try to get in between 7:30 and 8. So,
What are you gonna? So tomorrow's the day off. What does that look like for you? Are you still like up early?
um, well, I'm up late tonight, so I'm probably gonna sleep until 8 or 9 my time.
You're not
So,
sleeping in?
yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
that's if I can sleep in. If I sometimes I can't sleep in that far because that's so off of when I wake up. So like
Yeah.
on some weekends, if I've gotten good sleep, then that's waking up more like 7:30 to 8 because that's still like 2 hours later than my normal wake up.
Girl, that's what I wish. I envy that. I want routine so bad. I
Yeah.
mean, I no, I mean, we all have one, and I have
Yeah.
one, but I would like to have my body be on a schedule. So do you
Yeah.
like to nap, or are you one that can't nap?
Nope.
Oh, see, you're good to
I just
go.
Mhm.
You're great on vacation. I wish I was who I was like on vacations year round. I don't know who the heck I am. Like, cause I sleep, I'm up on time.
Mhm.
It's different.
Mhm.
But I think my body does it because it's like a short period of time and I'm excited and I kind of
Mhm.
acclimate when people are around me. I don't know what that is, but at
Yeah.
least you're on routine. So like 8, 9 is good. Cause it's
Mhm.
like what, 1 a.m. over there?
Yeah. So I'll get probably 7 or 8 hours of sleep if I can sleep in that late. So that'll be good because I
And
like,
that's good. Yeah.
yeah, I try and get at least 7. I'm a little behind because I had excitement last weekend traveling, and then this week I've been behind, so I've been waking up a little bit earlier and going to bed a little bit later. So,
Well, that's me. Like I get 8 hours. It might be from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., but I
mhm,
get those hours in. So I try to like it's just
mhm,
weird. Like I'll probably run my errands. Like I wish the store is close to me. Like they open at like 5 a.m. That's when I'll be doing my grocery shopping, like before I go to bed for the week.
yeah, I was
But
gonna
nobody's
say,
in there. Like nobody's there, and
mhm,
it works for me. So it's an odd routine, but I have finally
totally,
gotten to the point in my, I don't know, little like personal journey to where I'm like, okay, this is how I operate for right now.
mhm,
It definitely
yeah,
changed up. It was so weird when I get home from work at like midnight. I used to do like what I call like the second shift and like do all of my channel stuff. Cause like,
mhm,
like right now I really have to wind myself down. It'll be like to my time where I will start to get tired, where before that's when I would get like randomly some peak in energy and,
mhm,
that's when I would do all my channel stuff, and then this past year, like, all of a sudden, I was, like, tired coming home from work and, like, offended. I'm like, "Am I getting older? Like, what's going on here? Why don't I why don't I have energy to, like, go full throttle at 3 a.m.?" Like, if that's a normal sentence after working all evening, right? So I'm, like,
yeah,
thinking, "Something's wrong," and, like, I have to be very careful too with my, like, depression too. I'm like, is that peaking up? Like, what's happening? And it's like, I think my body was just tired. Like,
yeah,
no, we don't have any get up and go for you to like work another 8 hours on things at 2 a.m. So like I'm like freaking out because like I'm tired now. So I've had to work differently and like slot things
mhm,
into different time periods. And it's
oh
so
yeah,
funny to me. Like I think I'm being a little bit more normal by going to the grocery store at like 6 o'clock in the morning,
mhm,
but is it like that's right before I go to bed? As long as I'm getting those things done, I
yeah,
try to be like gentle and not judge when or how. It's the fact that
yeah.
I'm doing it, you know?
I've had to start figuring out when to do things because like in the past I would sleep in until like 8, but I would be really bad about like I'd just grab my Kindle from my nightstand or whatever paperback and I'd like just stay in bed until
Oh,
10, 11, or noon, and then I burned half my day. I mean, not really half my day, but a good chunk of my day. And
the
so it's like,
morning.
and it's like, I mean, I do have free time, but I'd rather, instead of reading for 3 or 4 hours straight, I'd rather get some stuff done and read more in the afternoons and evenings. And so I've had to like learn it to get up out of bed and start tackling things because I'd rather enjoy the opportunity to read in the afternoons and evenings, or like
I Yeah.
30-minute do 30-minute like sprints or pockets during the day.
I race. Like I realized when I don't know, I'm all about the data, even though I'm not I don't think I'm organized, but I think I've nailed me. So like right now, like if I go to bed at 2, I'll get up at 8 a.m. That's when it's like, boom, whatever I need to do, I'm gonna go do the grocery shopping. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm going to like log my books. I'm gonna do everything because there's a very short like 3-hour window where I'm like peak performance. And then someone like me, even though I slept for 6 hours, because it's so early and it's a lot of social output for me, I will take a nap and then get
Yeah.
up and get ready for work. You know what I mean? Like, and like that's how I'll do it, and it's kind
Mhm.
of crazy. Or like if it's not, I kind of switch into gears where like if it's not a 2 a.m. type of bedtime for me and it ends up being 6 in the morning, then like I'm getting up at 2 and then I'm, balls to the walls that way. It's so weird. So like I just, oh, I feel so validated. I've learned to, I try to be very rigid with routines and I would like fall off of them. And I realized I'm like, okay, we're just going to be like gentle with ourselves. And if these are the time frames, then I just kind of go with what my energy outputs are. And same thing, I noticed that like the first thing I was doing was like grabbing my phone. So it was a win for me 2 years ago that the first thing I was doing was grabbing my phone and not on socials, but I'm getting reading done, right? Like that looked like
Mhm.
success then. Now, same thing. I'm like, I'm burning through like my peak performance times. So let me do
Yeah.
all the adulting things that I'm grateful to do because we're doing them. But like, do I really want to go grocery shopping and wash the car and clean it out and go like work out? No. But I feel like that girl halfway through
Mhm.
the week when like all that stuff is done and I'm like, thank you, pass me, house is clean. Like I'm like, oh, so I do all those things because it make me feel good, but like I'm like, I have peak runs of productivity and I have to like go.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
well,
know.
it works though, right? I'm like, and then somebody said to me, I had like a mentor once. We're like
Mhm.
talking, and I'm like, I just feel like I'm like missing the mark. And she was like, as long as you're getting it done, why does it matter when you're getting it done? And I
Mhm.
was like, that just clicked for me. That clicked for
Yeah.
me like early 2021. And now I've just been like rolling with it. And I just schedule things when they work for me. I'm
Mhm.
trying desperately. Last year was supposed to be the word. Like I saw that like Rebel Wilson like named her years after the specific pointed word, like her year of health, which is when I
Mhm.
learned of that, and like her year of love. And I tried to make mine routine last year, but it really was a finance year for me. Like
Yeah.
it just that's what it naturally was. So I'm like, I want to dial in my routine. If I could dial in my routine, shoot, I could start outputting these dang videos because everything else seems like it's in balance. I can't keep all the balls up at the same time though. It's
Yeah. I was gonna say, I my balls are pretty much exclusively related to work. And that's what I'm juggling. But it's for me, I think I didn't have a planner for many like my first year of teaching, and I kind of just did to-do lists, and like I had planners like all through college, all through high school. Can't remember if I really had them for grad school, but it was kind of just like you got done what you got done. And it's like, but you miss the big picture if you don't have kind of a plan. And so I got a planner this year that I'm like, it helps me think about when I'm going to do things and like what things I have to do. And like I plan out, okay, which for me, I don't notice things are dirty or messy until they're very dirty or messy. And so
agree.
it's then everything hits at the same time. And so I put on a calendar, okay, you're doing your bed linens this
Oh
frequency, you're
yeah.
doing your bathroom this frequency. And it's
Mhm.
like that helps so much because then I'm not doing all of the chores in one weekend where I'm spending an entire day trying to do house chores and grocery shopping and meal prepping and all the
Isn't
things.
that the gag? I learned like it clicked for me just last year that I kept being so mean to myself. Like, you didn't get anything done that you planned. You have the couple days off and you put you slot everything for those days. And it was like finally the beginning of the last year where I realized, no, I need to do like a little something every single day this week for the weekend. So I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, we're gonna do the laundry on Monday, and then like on Tuesday we're gonna wash." Like I just like experimented one week, and that's just how I do it. It's like a little
Yeah.
bit every single day. And so last year,
Mhm.
like I saw that work with like savings, I saw that work with like so many things, and it's just like little efforts, and like boom, I'm like it's so much easier for me to do that with like my reading and things like that.
Oh,
That I
yeah.
was like, let's extend this to some other crap so I can be a little bit more productive. So I'm trying to do that with my channel. Like I'm a lot more like creative focused. Like I'm really bad at like keeping up with trends and stuff like that. But, like,
Mhm.
I'm starting to put that into, like, my workflow, at least with, like, my tracking and, like, logging things for myself. Now I just need to publish my things on Goodreads, but I do like all the trackers and all the tools because 'cause they're just systems. And then when I feel like I'm off of the systems, like, "Oh, I haven't, I gotta get up on my, like, Goodreads reviews." I know that, but it's, like, it's manageable because I'm doing, like, a little bit each time. I'm trying to do that with all of my book stuff because and
Mhm.
now I feel like I have a better lasso on, like, my personal things that is nice. So I'm like, "This is gonna be fun." Um, and I wanna make this little space here. I'm glad I didn't put everything like, I wanted to make this like a neon pixie garden, and it will be. It's going to be fabulous. But I've been in the space long enough to really see, like, what I need, and as
Mhm.
opposed to, like, what I wanted, and I'm glad that I kinda waited on a lot of things, so I could just, like, make life a little bit easier for me and dial.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm about to do. It's about to be like routine up in here. So I can't wait to get like my personal just like
Mhm.
fun, but there's a workflow to it. There's
Oh, yeah.
definitely a workflow. Yeah, like I was saying, it's definitely a
I know.
workflow. I'm like, I want to get that in.
Mhm.
There's a lot of little things I wanna do for my like, just creatively for my channel and for everything, so I'm like, "It's exciting." Where before I was like, "Oh, I'm overwhelmed." I'm like, "Oh, this is fun again." But I had to get, like, me together, so I'm the same way. I have to schedule
Mhm.
except my schedule's a little bit weird, like, another way I'm very gentle with myself. I don't tell myself, like, "Oh, we're going." I tell myself I'm going to the gym at least twice a week. I don't tell
Mhm.
myself what days.
Yeah.
It's just a game. I just tell my you're just going twice, however it falls, because I'm so sporadic. I wish my body got up like clockwork at the same time. I'm so sporadic with it
Mhm.
that I can't. So I try to like avoid like the shame of not doing it. And then like that works. So I'm like, as long as I go twice, like I've gone one other time. If I want to like not freak out on Sunday, I'll just go tomorrow morning. So that's what I'm gonna do. But like
Yeah.
that works for me too. Like, it's
I
just
know.
go food shopping. I don't tell myself what day. I just know I
I
need
know.
to do it. Isn't that crazy? I don't know.
I need to get better about the working out part. I've I feel like I've dialed in the other aspects of it, but the hours just disappear on me. But part of it's the hours I'm working. I mean, it's hard to
Yeah,
find.
well, I'm sure, like, a lot of your investment in time is going into your job, and I bet like hell I put half my earnings on that you're killing it. So it's like, the payoff is worth it. I know that you're killing
I
it.
was
So
gonna
it's
say
like
the pay is not worth it, but the effort is worth it. I
the
mean, for
effort
now.
and the work ethic and what you're getting, so
Mhm.
it's like that's and
Mhm.
nothing lasts forever. So it's like for right now, that's what you're turning out. Because like even like in the beginning, it was like I would just tell myself, we're gonna go do a workout. We're not judging the nature of it. We're not,
Mhm.
if it's a walk, it's a walk, bitch. We're in here.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then like
Mhm.
right now I'm like obsessed because I do like the results. Um I'm obsessed with lifting now. I
Yeah.
just the first moment, like, I felt my, like, muscles engage and I felt it, like, I was like, "Okay, okay." But,
Mhm.
like, I still to this day just kind of schedule it like that. We're not saying what day, we're not saying what time. I'm
Mhm.
not even saying what kind of workout, although I do have a split and I kinda keep to it, but I just and mentally, I know as long as we just get in there. If I get in
Mhm.
there and I just like walk on an incline and listen to a book, I went to the damn gym. My big thing is like movement, and now it's getting too cold for some reason. Well, we're in the desert, it's freezing, so I can't really do like the walks or the hikes or anything like that. So I
Mhm.
really gotta just see, look how whatever that was, and me, and when I'm trying to do something, it's way too much. I put way too much on it, and it just
Yeah.
I'm glad that you made the time though. I'm
Yes.
so glad that we did this. You're
I
such a
know. We
good
need to make it
woman.
more regular.
Yeah, I'm down. I really want to schedule more sprints.
Mhm.
Because I nearly finished, like, I got a lot of reading
Mhm.
in. And it's just like nice. I need to come up for air sometimes, especially in those lulls. There'll be like weeks sometimes where I'm not on Instagram. That's been happening more frequently for some reason. So I would love to schedule more sprints. Like
Yeah.
I'm down 6 hours and 20 minutes. Shut
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
You
and we just
need it. You
Yeah.
called it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because I was like, oh, yeah, it won't be. Every single time I'm like, it's not going to be that long. My
Yeah.
best friend
I was
knows. She's
like,
like, how long are you going to be on? I was like, not that long.
yep. I was like, I knew it.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
like I'm one of those friends that I will stay until you kick me out. So I know that about myself.
I'm bad. I'm not gonna let you stay up too late because I know you're 3 hours ahead. I'm trying not to do another. I'm trying to like. I'm gonna extend this and make sure that like. Oh, I want to finish it tonight though. I
Yeah.
hope like people
Mhm.
got. I saw like Amber finish her arc. Okay, 45 pages left. Like it makes me feel good. Like I hope people got a
Oh
lot
yeah.
out of this sprint. I cannot
Mhm.
believe you basically finished a book because you're in the middle of two. Like that's really good. So we
I,
have to. I'm down to schedule like another one like soon too.
yeah.
So just let me know. It won't always have to be 6 hours. I mean, like we can do like a shorter one, but I'm down to sprint always. I really am. At
I'm
least
basically am too. And the only caveat is it pretty much has to be the
on
weekend for me.
yeah, on Fridays I have, I got Fridays off right now. So
Nice.
I'm down. We gotta schedule another time. Like we'll do fun ones too, like some productivity ones. Definitely
Mhm.
before, like I could do something before my birthday. We'll chat and get it
Yes. Check.
scheduled. Yay!
Okay.
Well, oh yay! Come on, I'm so happy. Super productive. I'm almost 50% into my book and 10% in another. Yay! Of course, we're gonna do it again. I want to do more sprints. I'm so glad that
Mhm.
it was productive for people. And we're going to thank you for joining
Yeah.
us. We will be back. Weigh in. Let me know if you guys want more sprints. I'll start putting some stuff in my community tab. Thank you,
Of
Lynn, for joining.
course.
And
Good
I will see
night.
you in the next one. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, I'm so glad.